seated men in the front seat. In no particular order, but to establish the protocol this morning. Please, I have the honor to welcome the Attorney General of Lagos State, a core barman, even before he became the AG of Lagos State. He's been a great supporter of MBA, not only Lagos branch. Please, a round of applause for our own Moyo Sore Oniwanjo SAN. Thank you, sir. Your humility is something I've not seen before. Thank you, sir, for always inspiring us. I also have the honor to welcome the chairman of the Law Week Planning Committee in the person of Wale Adeshoko, SAN. Like I said, in no particular order, just to establish a protocol this morning. I also have the privilege to welcome my lecturer, my teacher, my mentor. Don't worry, I will say much about him when it's time for him to give the keynote address this morning. A round of applause as I welcome my prof, Professor Akio Yebode. Prof is a father of many fathers and many children. You're welcome, Prof. It's always a delight to see you. I also have the honor to welcome and make welcome again a revered, learned senior advocate of Nigeria, Joe Kiari Gazama, SAN. You're welcome, sir. I have the privilege, once again, to welcome and recognize his ebullient nature and personality in organizing the bar, the Premier Bar. Please, a round of applause as I welcome Mr. Ikechukwu Wanna, the chairman of MBA Lagos. Okay, I also have the privilege to welcome the vice chairman of MBA Lagos, Abiye Tam George. Please take a bow. I also have the honor to welcome the co-opted member of MBA Lagos, Ayo Bonle. Please pardon me if I don't get that name well. We're just improvising. I hope you understand. I also have the honor to welcome I also have the privilege to welcome a revered, learned senior advocate of Nigeria who is also a chief. Please, a round of applause as I welcome R.A. Lawal Labana. A round of applause for him, please. Senior advocate of Nigeria. I also have the privilege of welcoming the treasurer of MBA Lagos in the person of Mrs. Carol Obi. A round of applause for her, please. I also want to recognize the presence of the Sexual Secretary of MBA Lagos, the person of Eno Mbanugo. A round of applause, please. I also have the honor, even though he's not seated where my eye can easily see, but I have to stress my eye because of his personality that need not to exhibit before you see it. Please, I have the honor of welcoming the chairperson of the program subcommittee, the person of Professor Abiola Sani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause for him. Okay, having established the protocol for this event this morning, we will still be recognizing dignitaries as they come, so we do not have an end to that. Yes, I was almost wondering that we will have this event without having a royal representation from the gods. Because when you say my Lord spiritual, my Lord temporal, everything completes. And I am glad that we have the presence of His Royal Highness, Alison Ikwagu. A round of applause for. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Okay, I also have the privilege of welcoming Mr. Yakubu Bawa. You're welcome, sir. Oh, all the way from Jos Bar. You're welcome, sir. We appreciate your presence. I also have the privilege of welcoming Mr. Tola Edu. You're welcome. A round of applause, please. A round of applause, please. Please, a round of applause as I welcome Mrs. Uchenna Ogbo, representing Mrs. Chinwe Efobi, chairperson, FIDA. A round of applause for her, please. I also welcome. Okay. We have established protocol for this event this morning. And without much ado, we're going to proceed in the business of today. I'm going to invite, at this juncture, for opening remark, the chairperson, the chairman of MBA Lagos Law Week. And we're going to give him a standing ovation as he walks to the podium to take the chairman. I've just been reminded of a very, very grievous oversight. And at this juncture, we have to continue with taking the national anthem. So, some people, are you ready? May we all rise as we take the national anthem. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful and loyal and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend her unity and uphold her honor and glory. So help me God. May we be seated. Please, with a round of applause, let us welcome Mr. Wale Adeshokon, SAN, for his opening remark.
His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, ably represented by my learned brother Silk, the Attorney General of Lagos State, Mr. Amuyo, Onigbanjo, representatives of the Chief Judge of Lagos State, and the Honorable Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Uh, our distinguished Professor Akinwuye, my learned brother Silks, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is definitely my pleasure to welcome everyone to the beginning of the 2022 Law Week activities of the Nigerian Bar Association, Lagos branch, the premier branch. We have chosen the theme, Democracy and Legal Order, Shaping the Future Deliberately, having regard to the times we are in. Just as we are adjusting to the reality that COVID-19 pandemic has come to stay and are adapting to new ways of doing things, we have found ourselves getting ready for the next general elections in the midst of terrorism, banditry, kidnappings, ritual killings, Boko Haram insurgency, constitutional amendments, and judicial intervention in the resolution of significant constitutional issues like jurisdiction over value-added tax, financial autonomy of the judiciary and the local government councils, consequences of carpet crossing by elected politicians, to mention a few. All of these have significant impacts on the lives of legal practitioners and judicial officers. They also have definite impacts on the Nigerian nation in view of the fact in the run-up to the elections coming up next year. We have taken time to assemble an array of distinguished speakers who cut across the bar, the bench, experts in economic management and fiscal policies, captains of industry, eminent journalists, the legislature, and the human rights community. The Law Week Committee members have worked tirelessly in the last few months to present us with a combination of activities which have intricately woven the spiritual with the intellectual, the academic, and the social and recreational into a knowledge-packed, fun-filled week. It shall be a hybrid conference catering to virtual and in-person attendance. I therefore urge every member of the Premier Branch, our learned friends in other branches of the Nigerian Bar Association, and indeed other well-meaning professionals and patriotic Nigerians to take advantage of the new unique opportunity that this Law Week presents, to create time to break off from our normal routines and have an experience that does not take us out of the practice of our profession, but which at the same time affords us opportunities to go spiritual, to relax, to learn, to give back to the less privileged, and to impart and impact the Nigerian nation. I want to use this opportunity to thank the Executive Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association, Lagos Branch, for the opportunity given to members of the Law Week Committee 2022 to organize this program. I also thank members of the Law Week 2022 Committee who have worked and continue to work tirelessly to ensure a hitch-free Law Week program. I wish everyone a very rewarding and enjoyable Law Week. Thank you and God bless.
A round of applause again for the chairman of the committee. Thank you very much, Leonard Silk. Wale Adeshoko. Thank you for that welcome address. A round of applause for him again. While the chairman of the committee was giving his opening remark, one of our most respected senior advocates of Nigeria walked in. Please, a round of applause as I make welcome Chief Emeka Ngige, SAN. You're welcome, sir. Also at this juncture, I have the privilege of welcoming Ibako Ovuluku. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, ma'am. please, those helping me, identify the gender of anybody you are bringing the name. It makes the job easy for the MC. The titles are very important, okay? Thank you very much. Both title, if it's a Mr., if it's Chief, is very important because it's not given a la carte. It was actually earned. Thank you very much for taking that hint. Okay, I also have, at first when I introduced the Attorney General of Lagos State, I introduced him in his personal capacity. But I didn't know that he's also here in double capacity. He's here as the Attorney General of Lagos State and also here as the representative of the Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu. A round of applause for His Excellency, ably represented by the Attorney General of Lagos State. Thank you very much, sir. I also have the privilege of welcoming Dr. Adeshola Falaye, the alternate chair of this MBA Lagos Law Week Planning Committee. You're welcome. You're welcome. I also have the privilege of welcoming once again Mrs. Lola Ikwago, Secretary of the Committee of MBA Lagos Planning Committee, MBA Lagos Week Planning Committee. I also want to warmly welcome every member of the committee and the executive of MBA Lagos who have worked tirelessly to ensure that this event is put through to this wonderful look. A round of applause for every member of the committee. A round of applause, please. Okay, at this juncture, we have to go to the next on the program, which is the welcome address by the chairman of MBA Lagos. Before he comes for his welcome address, I want to urge everybody to relax, make yourself comfortable. This event promises to be impacting because we have the best of the best lineup. The keynote addresser is someone you can't afford to miss his speech. That's something I must give you without mincing words. So today, we are going to have the best of lecture. Make welcome with me this moment the chairman of MBA Lagos as he comes to take his welcome address, Mr. Ikechukwu Uwana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 Law Week of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos Branch. Please, a round of applause to the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos Branch for putting together this event. Please, a round of applause. So I'll quickly recognize the distinguished guests who have honored our invitation to join us, but I'll do that very quickly. Most of them who have been already recognized. But may I recognize the Governor of Lagos State, ably represented by our member, the Attorney General of Lagos State, Mr. Moyoshera Onibanjo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you for coming and coming on time. May I also recognize and welcome the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, ably represented by our landlord, the member representing Etiosa 2 constituency at the Lagos State House of Assembly, His Right Honorable Dr. Modasiru Obasa. Sorry, Honorable Bolaho Yeshua. He's representing the Speaker, please. Thank you very much. We also have the Chairman of the Law Week Planning Committee. Thank you to you and your committee for this well-curated Law Week. I'll quickly go to my welcome address. On behalf of the members and the executive committee members of the Nigerian Bar Association, meanwhile, my welcome address is on page 11 of the brochure. May I welcome all the participants to this intellectual harvest, the 2022 MBA Lagos Branch Law Week. The Law Week of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos Branch has, over the years, been an opportunity for lawyers, academics, politicians, and other professionals to converge, to cross-fertilize ideas on how our polity can be better. As the American actor Elk Chase said, democracy is not an easy form of government because it is never final. It is a living, changing organism with a continuous shift and adjusting of balance between individual freedom and general order. Ours is not different. We must view our democracy as not final, but as a living and changing organism which needs continuous interrogation, tweaking, and balancing to ensure that it satisfies the yearnings of Nigerians and foreigners who have relationship with Nigeria. It is in this prism that the organizers of this year's Law Week program have chosen the topic, democracy and legal order, shaping the future. This theme provides us with an opportunity to interrogate our fledgling democracy vis-a-vis the legal order upon which it stands, and provide thoughts on how we can build a greater democratic Nigeria to shape our collective future. I will stop now because my role today is not to lead the discourse on this very important theme. As you already know, we have very seasoned and accomplished speakers that will speak on this important theme, including our very revered Professor Akin Oyebode, who has graciously honored our invitation. Thank you, Prof, for attending and attending physically. However, before I proceed to leave the podium, may I call your attention to the very innovative career fair, which we hold on Thursday this week, and the in-house and corporate council session that are part of this year's Law Week. I implore you to seize the opportunity to participate in these innovative events. This is the very first time we're having a career fair. We hope that the career fair will provide an opportunity for employers to have good hands that will form part of the organization, and for job seekers to meet prospective employers. We also anticipate that that session will provide information on what is required while finding a job. Also, it's one of the goals of this administration that we have the in-house council session, which will provide an opportunity to review issues being faced by our colleagues that are in government or various corporate organizations, our public service, and by so doing, involve them in our branch activities. The session held by the Corporate Council will be chaired by the Acting Chief Judge of Imo State, and we're grateful that she will join us. In concluding, may I thank the 2022 Law Week Planning Committee, led by Mr. Adewale Adeshokon, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. The committee has well ably put together an interesting and educational Law Week. And in doing so, before going more, let me mention that we have a lot of persons who have also joined us virtually. So they've been able to drive a lot of traffic virtually, and a lot of us have also joined physically. May I also thank the New Wig Induction and Placement Committee led by Bode Olanip Okun, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and the In-House Council and Corporate Council Committee led by Ms. Justina Lewa. I also thank every member of the Law Week Committee and every member of the other committees, and our distinguished speakers and panelists, most of whom have come from various places outside Lagos. I thank my own boss, Lawa Rabana, SAN, who has also joined us from Abuja to speak at one of the sessions. Thank you very much, sir. May I also thank all our sponsors for donating so generously to this event. We are very, very grateful. For without each and every one of you, this program wouldn't have been a success. I welcome everyone who have taken time off their busy schedule to participate in this event and urge us all to enjoy the excellently structured Law Week and reap the benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for that wonderful welcome address. It's indeed good to be well welcomed by the host. And I do not think there could be any other better welcome address than that welcome address by the chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Please, a round of applause for the chairman again. Okay. This juncture, we will have to invite the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Your Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by the Attorney General of Lagos State, for his goodwill message. Please, a round of applause as I welcome His Excellency, ably represented by the Attorney General of Lagos State.
Good morning. Apologies from Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. He cannot be with us this morning owing to other duties which have taken him out of town. He has, however, sent me with a speech to deliver a speech to you. May I first, before reading the speech, be permitted to just acknowledge deserving members of our profession on whose shoulders we all stand. The Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, ably represented by my good brother and friend, Honorable Gbolahan Yishao. The chairman of my branch, the Premier Branch, Mr. Ikechukwu Uwana, the chairman of the Planning Committee of the Law Week, Mr. Wale Adeshokan, SAN, the most revered and distinguished keynote speaker, our prof, and a prof for all seasons, Professor Akin Oyebode. I see so many senior members of the bar. I recognize each and every one of you, members of the inner bar and the outer bar. Members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with delight that I felicitate with the Executive Committee and the entire members of the Nigerian Bar Association, Lagos branch, on the auspicious occasion of the branch 2022 Law Week, which commenced on Friday, 18th March, and accords with the long-established legal tradition witnessed yearly. I'm therefore excited to join members of the Premier Branch in observing the Law Week with the apt and germane theme, Democracy and Legal Order, Shaping the Future, considering the pivotal role of lawyers towards stabilizing our democracy. The foundation of any democracy is anchored on the rule of law, both in its conservative and contemporary meaning. Once we fail to uphold the rule of law, anarchy, despotism, and totalitarianism will pervade the entire society. And there is no gainsaying that at the helms of steering rule of law are lawyers. The legal profession, therefore, must reinforce its image as the defender of the rights of the common man with the dogged commitment to the adjudication of law and dispensation of justice, especially as we prepare for the 2023 elections. The implication of this is the ensuring of democratic governance, business development, economic growth, and social progress of Lagos State and our dear country, which cannot be underestimated. As a government, we have dedicated ourselves to the actualization of the theme's agenda, focused on acceleration of growth and development in all sectors, including infrastructure development, upgrade and maintenance of existing roads, implementation of mass transportation, security, access to qualitative and free health and education, and environmental control, etc. We believe that this is the only way to justify our election and legitimize our tenure. An occasion such as this should also be a time to avert our minds to happenings around us. The global financial and economic crisis as a result of the pandemic has impacted both public and private sectors in unimaginable ways. This is the time when we need to pursue all inherent philosophies constituent in a democracy in order to salvage our nation from the havoc caused by the crisis, and indeed all citizens have a greater responsibility to protect themselves and pursue those ideas that define our humanity and shield our people from dangers of servitude and despair. Rest assured also that on our part, our government is committed to enhancing the justice delivery system. This administration has supported activities revolved around justice delivery system. To address the infrastructural challenges in the judiciary following the destruction of our courts, we immediately provided alternative courtrooms in Osborn, and we constituted the Rebuild Lagos Trust Fund, which, if I can say, is an independent trust fund chaired by non-state personalities. I think Professor Koinsola Ajayi is one of the members, and it is chaired by the chairman of Citibank. This fund essentially involved with the rebuilding of Igbo Shere courts. That process has started. The courts building as it stands has been demolished. There's the contract is split into two. You have the first phase, which is 12 months, and you have the second phase, which is about 24 months. At the end of the day, you're going to have a courtroom. So that before the destruction, you had 18 courtrooms at Igbo Shere. In the new building, which is going to go to 10 floors, you're going to have 40 courtrooms. You're going to have 40 courtrooms. You're also going to have a 700-seater capacity hall for valedictory sessions and for events such as this. The courtroom, the new Igbo Shere courtroom is also going to have cutting-edge legal technology. Is going to eliminate completely the issue of our judges writing in longhand. Also, the courtroom is going to have about 250 parking spaces for lawyers and anybody who uses the court. It's a state-of-the-art building which we know that it will assist the judiciary in their work. This is a testament of our unflinching commitment to access to justice in recognition of the role of the judiciary in enhancing the practice of democracy. Law as a fulcrum upon which democratic principles and practices are accentuated requires a functional judiciary that gives interpretation to the law and justly dispenses justice. I have since assumption of office enjoyed tremendous support and cooperation from the Nigerian Bar Association and urge you to continue to give your support and assistance and to use your professional callings to initiate, improve, and support legislations and policies that will further promote law and order and create a conducive business atmosphere for investors. I thank profusely the chairman of the Lagos branch and the organizing committee for a job well done and wish you all fruitful deliberations. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State. Thank you very much.
A round of applause once again. It's not easy to have a thinking governor. I can tell you that by the time that court complex is fully erected, we're going to have a new dimension in justice dispensation in Lagos State. Please, a round of applause for the governor once again. While the speech of the governor was going on, okay, without wasting time, we understand that lawmakers are always busy with the business of making laws, and we don't want to pose a hiccups between their process of lawmaking and coming to grace our event. So on this note, I want to quickly call the representative of the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, the person of Honorable Bolaho Yeshua, as he comes to give us the speech, the goodwill message from the Right Honorable Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Don't worry. Sorry, good morning. My name is Bolaho Yeshua. I understand. I'm here to represent the Speaker of Lagos State, Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Obasa, who is a member of this House. He's a lawyer himself, so he sent his sincere apologies because he really wished to be here. As a matter of fact, because he intended to be here himself, he only called me about 2 hours ago to say I should please represent him. So kindly accept his apologies. Mr. Governor, ably represented by my brother, let me send it back to you, the Attorney General of Lagos State and the Commissioner for Justice. I don't know if a representative of a chief judge is here, but I say good morning. Also, permit me to rely on already established protocol. Like I said earlier, this speech is that of Right Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. Goodwill message delivered by the Right Honorable Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Dr. Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa. It is an honor to be called upon to deliver this goodwill message to mark the MBA Lagos 2022 Annual Law Week, themed Democracy and the Legal Order. Shaping the future, that is the theme. Democracy, in its simplest definition, is a government in which power is vested in the people and exercised by them directly or through freely elected representatives. It is also about ensuring popular participation and control of the process of government. Since all the people cannot participate and individually control their government at the same time, they entrust these rights and duties to an elected few among them, known as legislators. The legislature is one of the basic structures of any political system, and indeed any democracy. This presupposes that democratically elected leaders must be accountable and held responsible for their actions as representatives of the people. Democracy, the Fourth Republic in Nigeria, is in its 23rd year, and I dare say that although we are not where we wish to be, we are making conscious efforts to improve the polity through the instrumentality of lawmaking. Apart from lawmaking, the other roles of a legislature, which includes confirmation and screening of senior government appointees, as well as supervision of social, political, and economic conditions in the country, all help in shaping the future of the society we want for ourselves and generations to come. The legislature channels societal dynamism into the desired paths by making laws to improve the society we live in. To start with, the legislature of this state, and I mean the Lagos State House of Assembly, enacted the Kidnapping Prohibition Law of 2017 at a time when kidnapping of school children and adults were rife in the state. It is the same law that was used in the prosecution of the kidnap kingpin Evans. There is also the recent enactment of the Sexual Violence Law 2021, which seeks to protect women who are victims of sexual violence. The law also seeks to address issues of custodial sexual assault, sexual favor in exchange for grades, and it also establishes the Sexual Offenders Register, amongst other provisions. It is also worthy to note the value-added tax law of 2021, which marks another milestone in using the instrumentality of the legislature to strengthen the financial growth, capacity, and financial independence of the state, thus reducing the reliance on federal government allocation. These laws and orders are passed by the legislature to ensure a safe haven for this generation and future generations, as well as provide a stable and vibrant economy for future survival of our great state. It is, however, not enough for these and other relevant laws have been enacted. We all need to play our roles to ensure that the laws are being properly implemented and adhered to. As for us, the legislature, we will not rest on our oars, but continue to ensure that laws that will better the lives of Lagosians are enacted. We therefore solicit the support of the people to expose crime and abide by these laws. The executive needs to use its agencies and paraphernalia of government to implement these laws and to cooperate with the legislature in carrying out its oversight functions so as to ensure that the dividends of democracy is enjoyed by all. Legislative oversight function is the supervisory responsibility that the legislature carries out on the executive and government MDAs in order to ensure that they comply with legislative enactments as well as judiciously expending their budgets in order to effectively meet their policy mandates. With the legislature works in synergy, while the legislature works in synergy with the executive, it also provides a check on the executive in line with the spirit of checks and balances. These checks are, however, not to be seen as an incursion into or usurping of executive duties. The judiciary should continue in its efforts in ensuring timely and impartial interpretation of these laws for a better society and to continue to lay good precedents to shape the future for generations to come. For democracy to be sustained, there must be a strong and reliable legislature, which is independent, objective, and enjoys the support of the electorate. It is also very important to stress that the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, the tripod on which true democracy stands, must continue to work hand in hand as it is done in Lagos State in order to ensure the shaping of a brighter future. Finally, as the bar and the national general elections are coming, I implore us as ministers in the temple of justice to support a smooth transition and not to abuse the electoral process with frivolous petitions, cases, and applications. I wish you a successful law week and fruitful deliberations. Thank you, and God bless you.
A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. May we also recognize Mrs. Ayo Obe, she's a human rights activist, a partner in Ogunshola and Shonibari Law Firm. Also is Mrs. Safia Balarabe. She is the treasurer of Nigerian Women Forum. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you.
Okay, while the proceeding was on, we had the former chairman of MBA Lagos walked in. Please, let's make welcome the former chairman of MBA Lagos, Mr. Yemi Akongwe. You're welcome, sir. At this juncture, we have to go into the business of the day, and that is the keynote address. You know, when it gets to this point, the pitch of my tone changes because it's time for impact. And I'm speaking from a seed that is sown by the keynote addresser. So the keynote speaker today has sown a seed, not just legal seed, but also grammatical seed. Because when you pass through him, you will command this English language. He's not just a lecturer, but he's an embodiment of many things in one man. Without much ado, I have the privilege of welcoming Mrs. Omotola Edu Adiola to read the citation of the highly respected prof who will give us the keynote address.
His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, ably represented by the Attorney General, the Leader of the Bar, Mr. Moyosore Unigbanjo, SAN. Learned Silks here present, elders of the Bar, colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to read the citation of Professor of all seasons, like Moyo Unigbanjo said, Professor Akin Oyebode. Before his retirement, Professor Akin Oyebode served as an erudite professor of international law and jurisprudence at the University of Lagos, UNILAG. In 1967, he left Nigeria to study international law at Kiev State University, Ukraine, where he secured an LLB and an LLM with highest extension. Thereafter, he returned to Nigeria in 1973 to begin his career as a graduate assistant lecturer at the University of Lagos. In 1975, Professor Oyebode obtained another LLM from Harvard Law School, Cambridge, in the United States. He subsequently enrolled at Osgood Hall Law School, New York University, Toronto, Canada, the largest and leading law school in Canada, earning a Doctor of Jurisprudence, D.Jur., in 1988, having specialized on the law of treaties. In 1991, Professor Oyebode was appointed Professor of Law and founding Dean of the Faculty of Law at the then Ondo State University, a position he held until 1997 when he returned to the University of Lagos. 2 years later, he was invited back to the Pioneer to be the Pioneer Vice Chancellor of the University of Ado-Ekiti. Upon completion of his term in 2004, he once again returned to the University of Lagos, where he occupied the chair of International Law and Jurisprudence. Professor Akin Oyebode has written 7 books and over 200 learning papers to his credit. He has been an assessor for professorial appointments and external examiner to many universities at home and abroad. He is a member of notable organizations that are too numerous to mention. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present Professor Akin Oyebode.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, although I hear there are no ladies at the bar, but that is very conservative. The world has since moved away from Ochil's English mannerisms. And part of what I'm going to talk about today is actually the legal heritage that we have borrowed, which is not ours. In fact, the language we are using is not ours. The paraphernalia of the legal profession, I'm going to talk about that in my discussion. There are so many irritating aspects of the legal profession. Although 11 members of my clan, the Oyebode clan, are lawyers, 11 of us, so we could form a football team from my family. But we have reservations about the legal profession. Let me begin by saying that the lesson of inevitability of democratic values within the legal order is not lost on any serious legal practitioner or even casual observer of goings-on in society, and indeed the human destiny. Of the multifarious problems afflicting the country currently, hardly is anything more benumbing than the crises and contradictions inherent in our practice of democracy vis-à-vis the legal order. The situation would have been laughable if it was not so tragic. That a country so blessed with human talents and incredible natural resources has continued to work on its head is totally stupefying and inexplicable. However, it is pertinent to interrogate the historical antecedents of Nigeria in order to lay bare the characteristics of the contemporary legal order and difficulty to grapple with the desiderata of modernity and progress. I want to interrogate the precursors of the Nigerian state. Nigeria owes its creation to the antics of British imperialism. What is important to bear in mind is that when the British arrived in these shores, they carried along in their knapsacks English law and instrumentalities of conquest and subjugation of the restless natives. I use that phrase advisedly. I had a teacher in high school, an American, who whenever we were making some noise in his class, he would say, "The natives are restless." He didn't hit us then. We were teenagers in Christ School. But later, some of us braved on to take him on, to tell him he has no lessons to teach us in terms of decorum and good behavior. Now, Nigeria being one of the last territories to be colonized by the perfidious Albion, was subjected to the most distasteful aspects of race supremacist ideology, of disdain and disrespect for the traditions and mores of the indigenous population. This attitude had been practiced and perfected by the British in relation to the native peoples of America and Canada, Australia and New Zealand, India, etc. This superiority complex among the English was so deeply ingrained in their psyche, as the writings of Shakespeare reveal, Tempest and Othello being notable examples. I must note that as recently as 1857, the US Supreme Court, in the notorious Dred Scott case, still had the temerity to declare that the black man had no rights, that the whites needed respect, more so that he was only 4 feet of a man. Wherever the English went, he could relish in the thought, as Lord Palmerston had intoned, that the long arm of the English law would always protect him. Indeed, they refused to subject themselves to the jurisdiction of the native courts, which were thought to be infra dignitatem to English law, which they had transported to far-flung colonial territories as instruments of colonial hegemony and control. In Nigeria, as elsewhere, they had created their own special courts. You remember the courts of equity, which had jurisdiction over British people here. And we had the colony of Lagos separated and made distinct from the rest of the, what they call the protectorate. This English court refused adamantly to apply the native laws and customs. That's the customs and traditions of our people, for they considered them, quote, repugnant to natural law, equity, and good conscience, a code phrase for English law. It took the genius and courage of judges such as J.I.C. Taylor and other like-minded jurists to win themselves off slavish adherence to English law and practice by striking blows for authenticity and independence of the Nigerian legal order, be it in relation to the rights of children born out of wedlock or the recognition of polygamy and the right to inherit as guaranteed under native law and custom. I recall her, excuse me, I have a whiff of influenza. I recall here the case of Inria Dadevo, Dawudu and Damole, and such like cases that we used to regale ourselves with in my classes on the Nigerian legal system. G.I.C. Taylor, as I remember him in his jockey cap, driving the sports car, and leaving the audience in a cloud of dust. We used to hail him then, J.I.C., and he would just speed away in Ikeja, where I grew up. Now, by the time Nigeria became politically independent, it had become cognizable to enlightened legal opinion that the repugnancy doctrine advocated by the British was indeed repugnant to our sense of values, propriety, and cultural wholesomeness. I come to the sub-theme, Democracy Nigeria Style. It is no exaggeration to aver that in Nigeria, democracy is still very much a work in progress. Having endured nearly 400 years of the slave trade and 100 years of British colonial exploitation and oppression, the Nigerian people had not been properly sensitized into the norms and practices of democratic governance. However, this is not totally unexpected of a people reared in unquestioning obedience to the whims and caprices of the traditional rulers, unelected elders, and on democratic belief systems stamped on the consciousness of the people after centuries of social conditioning and cultural manipulation. Nevertheless, needless to say, the first few years of the practice of majoritarian democracy in Nigeria were marred by different military junta, which had hijacked political power and held the country hostage for decades. Since militarism and democracy are odd bedfellows, it was hardly surprising that the Nigerian militariat succeeded in arresting the country's progress towards democracy and sought to entrench on democratic elements within Nigeria's political firmament. The most galling bequest of the military dictators was Decree number 24 of 1999, which it sought to pass off as the constitution of the country after its departure from the country's political stage. Although many people in Nigeria have forgotten the fact that we have a military decree masquerading as the Constitution of Nigeria, I'm surprised that lawyers with relish will recite various sections of that particular odious instrument as part of the founding laws for the Nigerian state. Regrettably, rather than jettisoning that evil and unbecoming instrument, the incoming civilian rulers continue to live the lie that Nigeria was operating under an autochthonous fundamental law with fraudulent claims to the effect that it originated and had the consent of the people. The ringing condemnation by the patriots that the 1999 Constitution had lied against itself is not one to be forgotten in a hurry. God bless the patriots for lifting the veil of the instrument of military diktat. Nigeria bought for themselves a pig in poke, and for as long as we refuse to consign the despicable instrument into limbo, for that long will the legitimacy of the country's highest law be a crude and rude joke and an unacceptable assault on international best practices. Nevertheless, the lack of a universally agreed definition of democracy may avail our unrepentant defenders of the status quo in justifying the 1999 Constitution. Yet, truth be told, the illegitimacy of the Constitution puts a big question mark on nearly everything that has happened in this country since the people in Agbada replaced those wearing starched khaki uniforms. To borrow the words of Mr. Justice Jackson of the US Supreme Court when he was describing pornography, although we might be unable to define democracy, we all know it when we see it. Accordingly, the essential ingredients of democracy, in my view, will include supremacy of the law, separation of powers, checks and balances, sanctity of the ballot box, presumption of innocence, freedom of expression, due process of law, independence of the judiciary, etc. In other words, democracy presupposes the final elements of Western liberal democracy. So can we really be said to be practicing democracy? Many have averred that what we actually have is a civilian dispensation, while democracy will seem to be a never-never land. Except and only to the extent that we cannot practice democracy without Democrats, Nigeria still has a very long way to go in order to arrive at the El Dorado of democracy. And we should quit the pretense that we are working under a democratic dispensation. Nigeria is not a democracy. It's a civilian replacement of military dictatorship. I now come to the epicenter of my presentation, the nature of the Nigerian legal order. Undoubtedly, Nigerian law and legal order are yet to shed their British complexion. As I was wisecracking with a member of the audience, the Nigerian lawyers especially have refused to put on the toga of legitimacy. They still behave, to borrow Anyodele's colorful expression, as Afro-Saxons. We know of the Anglo-Saxons, but Professor Anyodele called us the Afro-Saxons, neither British nor Nigerian, a funny hybrid. And when you look at the lawyer in the white wigs, black gowns, quaint mannerisms, strange forms of address, and all in a bid to retain the alien character of the appearance of lawyers of a bygone colonial era. In fact, when you see how even lawyers, some lawyers, not every lawyer, treats the wigs they wear, rub the sweat off their brows, and becomes, in fact, it becomes like a caricature of English lawyers. We really should feel sorry for the state of affairs of the legal order. Unlike some erstwhile colonial territories, such as the United States and Canada, where I had studied, the lawyers don't put on wigs, except when they are appearing at the Supreme Court. Lawyers in Canada wear black suits, at the High Court. Only the judge wears a barrister's wig. But I recall the experience of the late Jaja Nwachukwu, a distinguished orator from Dublin, who went to court wearing Igbo traditional dress. And the judge said, "Who is that sitting naked at the bar?" And Jaja Nwachukwu, of course, gave a good riposte. Said, "I'm dressed in the attire of my people." And the judge said, "It's not the recognized attire of the bar." Although he kept his stand, he sat at the bar because Jaja Nwachukwu was a lawyer. But he had the guts to wear the traditional Igbo dress to court and sat at the bar, which was considered a little bit odd, if not unbecoming. So countries like the first colony of Britain, that's the United States of America, and Canada, they've thought it fit to domesticate, as we say here, the legal profession by allowing novelty and reforms into their legal system. Unlike Nigeria, which has stubbornly refused to alter the modalities of both its law and practice. Yet the efficacy of a legal order stems very much from the extent to which it has captured and reflects the mores, values, and idiosyncrasy of its addressees. So much we have learned from advocates of the historical school of jurisprudence, and lately from Professor Thomas Friedman's concept of legal culture. I don't know how many people know of Thomas Friedman, who coined the notion of legal culture at the University of California. But maybe I should come to more familiar names. As underscored by Omoni Adewoye, Nigeria's leading legal historian, the imposed English or British colonial law bore all the imprint of alien domination and oppression. I'm borrowing from his doctoral thesis, which he presented to Columbia Law School in 1968. It's already published. So you look at the Nigerian legal order, it reminds you every day of the overarching posture of the so-called departed British overlord. It is for this reason that any discussion of the legal order must begin with a recognition of its colonial heritage and continued dependency on an alien power. Whether we speak of the legal system or legal order, we must realize that legalism, bereft of a nexus with the thought processes and attitudinal chemistry of the people, is of little relevance in coming to grips with the existential reality of a peripheral, dependent capitalist enclave such as ours. Somebody was poking fun at me when my citation was read. I studied law in Kyiv. Kyiv has become very well known now, and I bring greetings from the valiant Ukrainians who are fighting for their nation against Russian conquistadores. If indeed we go by the dictum of a government of laws and not one of men, as propounded by Chief Justice Marshall in Marbury and Madison, 1803, it will be straining logic too far to aver that Nigeria's legal order was indeed one founded on law and due process. Well, we are all lawyers. By the way, I'm a member of the Nigerian Bar. I had to borrow my sister's wig for my call to bar because I was so much against. And I remember Bola Ajibola on the high table at the law school saying, finally we got you. And I said, you've not got me. Up till now, I don't have either wig or gown. I used to pay my practicing fees until I retired. But since I don't go to court, I only consult. I've been defaulting on practicing fees. In fact, I was amused when the Lagos NBA called me Senior Advocate of Nigeria. They are not the only people to so call me. ICSAN also, in their letter of invitation for my keynote address, called me SAN. Now, I'm not a SAN, but I've taught more than 70 SANs. So for me, after a professorship, everything becomes second best. In a situation of an illegitimate constitution, rancorous lawmaking, conflicting judicial orders, widespread disrespect for law and order, rising incidents of self-help, inability or refusal by the law enforcement agencies to perform their duties, and lack of trust and confidence by sections of the population in the state apparatus, it becomes highly problematic to envisage fidelity to law as an instrument of peace, order, and good government. One of our professors in Osgood, I was the late P.W. Hogg. He was an expert in constitutional law. And Canadian students used to joke and say, Hogg on POG. Hogg on peace, order, and good government. Canadian students abbreviate to POG. So it's Hogg, so they play on the word, Hogg on POG. Now, do we have peace, order, and good governance in Nigeria? I'm afraid not. But then we'll come to that soon. Now, it will simply be futile to contemplate the interrelationship of democracy and legal order, more so in a setting as fractious as Nigeria. The beginning of wisdom about contemporary Nigeria is that we are not yet a democracy, but merely a civilian arrangement. Accordingly, we need to embark on a transition from civil rule to a full-fledged democratic society in order to take full advantage of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It is only by so doing that we can conceive an effective role for the legal order. To the extent that a legal order presupposes concomitance of democracy, to that extent will it be illusory to attempt to move Nigeria to another level through the instrumentality of the legal order. The coterminous nature of both democracy and the legal order is such that one cannot be pursued without the other. Legalism, unaccompanied by the benefits and allure of democratic values, is apt to result into outright fascism and blind adherence to the wiles of dictators and undemocratic forces. Therefore, a way has to be found to convince Nigerians on the desideratum of democracy as an integral part of the quest for an effective legal order. Pursuant to this, lawyers must be ready, willing, and able to be at the vanguard of the struggle for a better society. I'm not saying anything new here. Sapara Williams had said that way back in the 19th century. We should always remember, though, that V.I. Lenin, Fidel Castro, and Nelson Mandela were lawyers who stood on the barricade of the liberation struggle of their people. Our lawyers should therefore make a conscious choice to depart from self-seeking, self-serving, and self-considered motives in favor of ideals that will ensure life more abundant for the preponderant majority of our people. I know we have produced lawyers like the man we used to call Chairman Mao. I'm talking of Alao Akabasharu as president of the bar. And of course, the human rights crusaders like Femi Falana. I don't know if I can talk of Festus Keyamo as a civil rights crusader, because a friend in government is a friend lost. So if you want to be relevant to the people, you must strike a blow for the rights of the majority of our people. Many of our people still consider lawyers as liars. They believe that we don't represent their interests. So this is a loud call to the audience to make sure that the liberation of the people should be the touchstone of their legal practice. We have valiant Nigerian lawyers who have continued to answer the call of service to the interests of the majority of our people. Only thus can the profession attract greater understanding, relevance, and empathy among compatriots. The legal profession is today at a crossroads. With a multiplicity of problems afflicting law and the legal order, lawyers must rise up to the occasion by bringing to bear their special and unique knowledge of the workings of the legal system on ways and means of restoring hope, trust, and confidence among the people generally. Since popular acceptability appears to be the touchstone of democracy and good governance, no effort should be spared toward being harnessed in steering the legal order along the path of consolidating democratic values. Otherwise, yearning for a better society might end up being really little more than a pie in the sky. Concluding remarks. We are living in a world earnestly yearning for a better society. How this is to be achieved presents some difficulty. To many, democracy presents a most viable mechanism for attaining this objective. The situation in Nigeria is complicated somewhat by the deformed state of its democracy, as well as the overarching colonial coloration of its legal order. The task of shedding its colonial heritage is no less daunting than that of the legal system as focus for widening the democratic impetus in Nigeria's trajectory to a higher level of social organization. Since democracy is irretrievably intertwined with a functioning legal order, it stands to reason that creating a viable society is a laudable goal worth pursuing. It remains for me to express sincere appreciation to the Lagos branch of the NBA for enabling me to share with you my thoughts on democracy and the legal order, and to wish you all a successful annual legal week. I thank you very much for your attention.
Well, you can do better than that. Wow, the standing ovation is actually well deserving of such a bombshell of a keynote address. Thank you very much, Prof. Prof, you know, if I want to pick a highlight from this, your keynote address, we won't leave here today. Because, Prof, like you taught us, one word has many meanings. And by the time we begin to, we won't leave here. A round of applause for our one and only teacher of senior advocates of Nigeria, at least 70. Please, we can do more than that. In the words of Bros those days in classroom, he would tell you, what do I need an SAM for when I've taught more than 70 SANs? He is a man and a half. Because that is his English. I am giving it back to Prof today. Those were the English he taught us. And it is only good to use the same English on my teacher to show that I was and remain a good student of my Prof.
Absolutely.
Prof, thank you, sir, for being a man and a half. Okay, without wasting time, we want to observe more protocol because protocol is part of events. If it's not well observed, then it's not a program, but a crisis, so to say.
So we'd like to welcome the Secretary of the Premier Branch, Inter Epike.
Please take a bow, take a bow, take a bow.
As well as Chiwedu Ugochukwu, the Welfare Secretary. Is she in the room? We also have Caroline L.A. Bishop Esquire, NEC, MBA Buruko Branch, Plateau State. Welcome, ma.
Thank you for coming all the way from Bukuru
Plateau.
Branch. God bless
Plateau
you. We
State.
appreciate your presence.
Welcome, ma.
Okay, also, my honor to welcome the Publicity Secretary of MBA Lagos, my good friend, Mr. Elo. You don't now, that your surname. We have to go and find it. A round of applause for the Publicity Secretary.
You're welcome.
Okay, right now we are going to the first plenary. And please, my aides there, ensure that all protocols are duly observed. I don't play with that when I hold a microphone. Protocols are very important. It's not easy for people to leave their comfort to grace your event. They must be recognized according to their title and whatever paraphernalia of that is attached to their name, so to say. So right now we move to the first plenary, and without much ado,
We would like to welcome the moderator, Chief J.K. Gazima, SAN, the founding principal partner, J.K. Gazima, LLP. Welcome, sir. Please come to the stage. Also, we would like to welcome Chief R.A. Lawal Rabana, SAN, the Chief Counsel Lawal Rabana and Co. Please.
a round of applause for him. Okay, just a bit of halt in the proceeding. We understand the tight schedule of the representative of His Excellency and the Honorable Speaker. So we have to take the group photograph of that session before they take their leave. Photographers, and you conduct the proceeding before we make progress. Anyway, to reflect the background of the podium, it would be ideal to, okay. Honorable sir, so sorry to bother you. You know, we are trying to ensure that we conduct the proceeding very well, so that we're not putting it to you. So that when you get back, you inform the Right Honorable Speaker that we stress you small for joining our event. Thank you. Yes, yes. Prof, I've been told to stand beside government. Yes, and Prof always loves to speak to government from the other side. But Prof, it's a privilege to see that you are standing beside government. I appreciate this, sir. Yes, sir, I know that. Yes, sir. That's why I said Prof is a teacher of Senior Advocate of Nigeria, judges, governors, name it. Name it, name it. It's not It's not a child's play. Prof is a man and a half. That's the only adjective I can remember to use. Okay, photographers, thank you for making our time to be with us out of your busy schedules. We are not ungrateful, sirs. We are not ungrateful. Okay, right now we make progress in the next panel.
We also have, among the panelists, we also have Mrs. Ayo Obe, the human rights activist, a partner in Ogunshola Shonibare law firm.
A round of applause for Mrs. Ayo Obe. You're welcome, ma. Mrs. Ayo Obe needs no further introduction. The moment you see her, you will know that she is Ayo Obe. A round of applause for her again.
We also have Mrs. Chinwe Efobi, the chairperson FIDA Lagos branch. Represented by Ngozi Ogo. Uchenna Ogo, welcome.
Okay. Leonard, before I hand over the microphone, just a quick reminder that we have 1 hour for this panel. 45 minutes we go for the speakers, while 15 minutes we go for question and answers. We implore members of this panel to please adhere to that time because time is running. I will try to catch that time, and we must catch it. Thank you, sir.
All right. I hope I'm audible enough. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I adopt the entirety of the protocols that have since been established this morning. It's my pleasure and my joy to chair this very important first session. The theme of this event, democracy and legal order, shaping the future. It's really very, very instructive and apt. We have listened to the professor of professors. We have listened to the professor of all seasons, and he has given us sufficient and enough food for thought. And that will give the angle to which the discussion at this session will take off. Before us in this panel is an array of eminent and very respected bar leaders who are achievers in the profession, and they're all household names in the legal profession. It's a pity Dr. Olisa Abakoba is not yet here. I don't know whether he's joining virtually, but he has confirmed to be here. As far as he's concerned, he's somebody I like very much because he was president of the NBA along with Mr. Rabana, Lawa Rabana SAN, as far back as, I think, 2004, if I'm not mistaken. 2006, yes. They performed very well, and I think it was Mr. Dr. Olisa Abakoba that because of his visionary abilities, he appointed me the pioneer chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association section on public interest and development law. Yes, that is FIDEL, and which you have Dr. Monday Ubani as the current chairman. Now, at the same time, it was Mr. Lawa Rabana, if you allow me to digress a little bit, for those of us who are lovers of golf, that appointed me the pioneer captain of the Nigerian Bar Association golf section. I thank both of them, and I'm happy to chair a session where the two of them are my subjects, and I can tell them when to start, when to stop, although they have been my bosses in the past, having appointed me in this direction, in this regard. Now, we have another household name, Mrs. Ayobe, and she's known to everyone for her activism, for her fight against corruption, her fight as a human rights activist, public affairs analyst, etc., etc. She has been very consistent. I would always like listening to her. You're welcome, ma. And then the chairperson of FIDA, of the Premier Bar, the leading bar, the leading branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, who unfortunately is not with us this morning. Yes, it's still morning, but it's ably represented by a very able representative of her. I think you mentioned your name earlier to me. Yes. Uchenna. Uchenna is equal to the task, and I believe she will justify that as time goes on. Now, we have our specific topic, which is terrorism, banditry, elections, and good governance. These words are interrelated, and one leads to the other. It is not my duty or my mandate to do the talking. I am to give them sufficient time and moderate, and in some cases, I think I can call myself the chairman if I want to elevate myself of this very important occasion, the Nigerian way. So if you want, you call me moderator, I can call myself the chairman at this event, since I'm chairing the event. Having said this, I will invite, first and foremost, we'll go according to the order of the listing. We'll invite Mr. Lawa Rabana to talk to us from his own perspectives. What is, we'll hear from all of them, as the case may be, what is terrorism. Banditry, of course, is another form of terrorism. What is, elections, of course, are component parts of democracy. And of course, if you have credible elections, you can have good governance. And vice versa, if you have good governance, you can have credible, transparent, and acceptable elections and election results in the polity, which of course will minimize the instances of terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, abduction, etc., etc. So without much ado, I seek your permission to invite Mr. Lawal Rabana, who has traveled all the way, do I say from Ilorin? Do I say from Abuja? To be here because he wants to honor his own godson, Mr. Uwana, the chairman of the branch, and also give us a testimony as to the stuff he is made up of, the former General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. You are welcome. You can have 10 minutes for now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope this thing is working.
Well, I think so. Speak a bit louder.
It's on.
We need some assistance, please, from the technical group. One of you can come here in a jiffy, please.
Hello? Okay,
Yes,
I
okay.
think it's better. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and It's a privilege to be here and to be part of this Law Week. Let me just take about 2 minutes to have some short remarks on the keynote speech by our very revered professor of law. For me, Nigeria, by whatever means it came about, we have one Nigeria. And I think we should always be working towards how best we can make it as a country, as an entity. For the law and order, the Constitution agreed was given to us by the military people. But we have had opportunities from 1999 till date to amend or even to overhaul or to rewrite whatever phrase we might use. We've had the opportunity, and unfortunately, we have not been able to do that. You all are living witnesses to what is going on at the National Assembly. They don't want devolution of powers. They don't want to liberalize the exclusive list by granting more powers to the component states. So many innovations that will make us depart from the military constitution, we have failed. So to me, the time has come for us to stop blaming the military for giving us a constitution. Yes, they gave us a constitution, but we have not been able to make the difference. On the judicial system, I agree with the professor that it's also a colonial heritage. But we also, at the same time, have the opportunity from then till now. And I must say that we have not done badly. Talking about the dress code, what dress code do you adopt in a multicultural society like Nigeria, driven by ethnicism, driven by religious bigotries, and all that? So I think the only unifying factor for us as legal practitioners is to keep to a dress code that is devoid of tribe, devoid of religion. And some of my few colleagues who were on the body of benchers will bear me out. We had a crisis at a point in time about dress code. People want to dress in a particular manner to suit their religious belief and all that. And some of us students said, no, the legal profession is a unifying profession. Wherever you come from, you must key into the ethics and values of the legal profession. So to that extent, I think we should be promoting what unites us more as legal practitioners. By the time we begin to talk about dress code, like the able key speaker gave an example of a First Republic politician who went to court dressed in his local regalia. I mean, are we prepared for that in Nigeria? Do I go to court in my full agbada and Yoruba native cap? Or does Emeka Ngige go into court with his red Igbo cap chief with feathers? Or somebody would tie wrapper and go? So honestly speaking, sir, I think that it is very important that even though it's a colonial legacy, I think it is the best for us in the circumstances that we have found ourselves. For our judicial system, yes, we copied the English people, but there is also a tremendous departure from what we inherited from them. And we have tried to bring in the Nigerian factor. We have, for instance, the Sharia court to address religious rules, values, and ethics. We have the customary courts, which is also to address local peculiarities. For me, what we should be talking about now is that there must be a serious national policy on expanding our judicial system. Without that national policy of expanding our judicial system, we are wasting our time. One, I likened our courts to the old beetle car. For those who grew up to meet beetle car in the 70s and substantial part of 80s. Beetle car was a small car, very efficient, but no matter how you modernized it, it can't take more than 3 people. 2 at the back, the driver, and 1 in front. You can't also change the speed. And that is the state of our judiciary today. We have not expanded. There are several rules or acts that limit the number of people that can go to be appointed as Supreme Court justices. I mean, look at the number of cases. If you don't expand the Supreme Court, we will continue to have the bottleneck. If you do not expand the Court of Appeal, we will continue to have the bottleneck. If we don't do that for the federal, the same thing. So we must think of expansion. And expansion means infrastructure, more personnel, more training. Then we will have a kind of efficient judicial system we are looking for. Now, to go into the topic proper, banditry doesn't require definition. Terrorism doesn't require definition. We are all lawyers. We know what banditry is, know what terrorism is. But banditry, sincerely speaking, has created a situation where we can say Nigeria has become a failed state. Nigeria has become a failed state because how do you explain some gang of people will overrun local governments, will move people from their natural habitat to go into IDP camps? You have people, their farm crops are destroyed, their source of livelihood is cut off. We have a situation where a major highway in Nigeria, Nigerians cannot fly it. That is Abuja-Kaduna highway because of banditry. So to me, banditry has led us to a situation where we must wake up to revive all our security apparatus. And the only way we can do that is there must be proper training. The government must invest in training. Government must invest in surveillance. Government must also equip our courts to prosecute, train train investigators. That is the only way we can have this deterrent. Otherwise, we'll sit down one day and the third mainland will be taken over by bandits. And that is the fault of the state and definitely lack of proper monitoring and security surveillance. Now for elections, definitely, you cannot conduct a free and fair election in atmosphere of insecurity. And we are living witnesses to it all. During elections, you cannot go to certain areas to campaign. During voting, there is disruption, there is thuggery, INEC materials are carted away, all due to criminal activities. It does affect the quality of our participation in the electoral process. Most of us will say rather than go and queue up and be maimed or killed by thugs, you better stay at home. And when you stay at home, your votes will not be recorded, but at the end of the day, the votes will be recorded. So if we do not check this banditry, thuggery, terrorism, it affects the quality of our electoral process because people will be scared to go and vote. And even when you vote, the votes are disrupted, ballot boxes and papers are destroyed, and yet you have a result. So the quality of our participation in the electoral process is being disrupted by this banditry. It is being disrupted by thuggery. It's being disrupted by terrorism. And unless we check them, 2023, I am sure there will be several local governments in this country where elections will not take place because of this acts of banditry and all that. Then for governance, for me, honestly speaking, I think the quality of governance in this country is extremely very low. It's very, very, very low. And we start from the political parties. The political parties are very weak parties. They don't have institutions to even train, to even kind of mobilize, to come up, educate people the essence of democracy. All we hear is somebody wants to contest, and everybody is being coerced. People are throwing money all over the places. So for good governance, we must start from our political parties, where through their process of either primaries, by consensus or by whatever means, we get the best of people to come out to contest and seek for public offices. And when that stage is set, we move to the next stage. Do we have political parties with manifestos?
Okay.
Do we really have one?
We
don't have them.
You may have to round up.
Please, I'm sorry, sir.
Okay.
We don't even have political parties with manifestos. Nobody will come out to tell us the rot in our educational system, this is how we are going to cure it. The unemployment of our youth, this is how we are going to cure it. All we keep hearing is that zoning, somebody must come from this part of the country to be president, somebody must come from here to be Senate president and all that. So what are they telling us? They're not telling us anything. So to me, putting all this together, criminalism, lack of proper political parties and structure, lack of manifesto, then more importantly, the attitude of the courts. We don't have trained prosecutors for this banditry and terrorism. You leave it to a police corporal, a police sergeant to go and prosecute, or the Attorney General's office just give a fiat to somebody. We must have people who are trained so that when they go to court, there are no loose ends. There is no lacuna. You are sure you are securing conviction. And because there are no conviction, there are no deterrents, this banditry and acts of terrorism will continue until we are able to address all these 3 points I've highlighted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lawal Rabana. A round of applause for him. We have listened to you and a very nice takeoff. You told us about the effect of these social ills of terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, etc., on our electoral process. And you've also been able to give us the level, according to you, where our governance standard is at the moment, which is, of course, very disappointing. But the question is, what do we do about that? But before I go to Mrs. Ayo-Obe, a question has been crossing my mind when I received the invitation to moderate this session. The question is, why was I chosen? Was it because I served as a member of a national committee on the security situation in the Northeast called the Gaji-Galtimari Committee? Was it because I am from one of the most states in the northern part of Nigeria, Borno State, where close to 35,000 people have lost their lives as a result of terrorism and the like? And even me, almost everyone has been a victim. I lost my manager in my village called Lassa, where you heard of the Lassa fever. I lost my brother-in-law married to my sister's same parents. He was killed by the Boko Haram, etc. My own house, my own hotel, the only hotel in my village was burnt to ashes by Boko Haram years back. So we are all victims. We don't go to our villages as often as we used to go in the past. Now, that takes us to Mrs. Ayo-Obe to give us her own perspectives. What do you think about this? Terrorism, the correlation with elections, good governance. You have been fighting, you have been on the scene locally, continentally, and internationally. You knew where you started. You have been in the struggle. You know where we are. Where are we now? What do we do?
How long do I have? Sorry, how many minutes?
Yeah, right. Well, I think you have 10 minutes for now. Then you may have a bite at the cherry thereafter, since Dr. Olisa Abakuba is not here, and we may be able to manage our time. And again, we must go back to the audience for some interventions as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moderator. I actually, if I wasn't sitting in an air-conditioned hall with lights on outside, the tea and coffee waiting, and I listened to my learned senior, I would have just run out of here and say, what's the point? Everything is terrible, everything is bad. That the conditions set for improvement are almost impossible. In about 2003, or 2006 or so, when I was a member of the Police Service Commission, the first one that had been instituted since the return to civil rule. And we said that because there had been no Police Service Commission, the thing that we needed to focus on was the training and education of our police officers. And so we visited the only tour that we did was to visit the training institutions. And of course, two of the training institutions were the police college at Maiduguri and also the mobile police camp at Goza. And we went to Maiduguri, we saw the terrible conditions there. When I say terrible conditions, I don't mean security. I mean that the place where you had a table was a place where the mattresses were hanging from the ceiling. Those would be lowered for the students to sleep at night. Then they would be raised. Then they would have their breakfast and their meals. And then they would have their lessons all on these same tables. That was what I meant by terrible conditions then. And we also were able to drive to the mobile police training camp at Goza. I wouldn't try that now. I wouldn't try that now. So there's no doubt that things have got worse. But the most recent report on terrorism said that the number of deaths from terrorism and insurgency had reduced by 83%. I'm always reminded of the statement by the president that incremental change or improvement often looks like standing still. So definitely, if you are on the wrong side of that 83%, you will not want to risk your life. And there's no amount of telling me how many people traveled safely from Abuja to Kaduna and vice versa that will make me say, well, I might not be the lucky one. So I appreciate that we are expecting that what we demand of our government is 100%, not that 90% of the people who traveled that road got through safely, but that we want to know that 100%, or we want to see it as an exception when somebody is attacked traveling on the road. I mean, I pray every morning that this era of kidnapping, mass kidnapping, should leave Nigeria. But we shouldn't act as though we are not making any efforts, because otherwise there's really no point in our continuing. The same way that we talk about here, we're talking about the legal order, terrorism and banditry. And you will say, well, terrorism and banditry are outside the legal order. And yet, I get a lot of my information from Twitter feed, I confess, guilty, my lord. But on my Twitter feed, they were saying that nobody has ever been arrested for terrorism, nobody has ever been charged. And I said, what? I mean, even me in my COVID-inspired, semi-retired age can say that that is not correct. And yet, we don't have enough attention, we don't have enough publicity, not because we need a government to say, we are doing well, burnish, but to encourage us to feel that something is being done. People have in fact been arrested for terrorism, they have in fact been arrested for banditry when they're not killed. And we don't hear enough about it, and so we tell ourselves that we are in a state of complete hopelessness and a continued downward spiral. And by that way, we take away our hope, we take away our belief that by staying here and standing for something, we actually intend to get something done. I'm wearing this Bring Back Our Girls badge. We're about to see 8 years since Chibok girls were kidnapped. And of course, I will complain and complain. But the fact is that when 276 were abducted, we're now talking about 109. Definitely, if I'm related to one of the 109 who have not been accounted for, I will not give up my, my campaign. But I will not say that nothing has been done. I will say rather, okay, you've done something, it's not enough, we want some more. I belong to the Oliver Twist school of thought, that And anybody, any government will know that that is what its electorate and its people should be, because it can never do enough. It can never be perfect. We will always insist and demand that more should be done. But I think that we also have to battle with the fact that many of us, I mean, we've heard the governor of Kaduna State saying that there should be no mercy, that you should just kill them all. People who, one of the other prayers that I pray is that our soldiers, members of our armed forces, our police and other security agencies should fight the battle against terrorism, insurgency, banditry and mass kidnapping in accordance with not just humanitarian law, but our own human rights laws. Why do I say that? Not because I'm a Pollyanna living in cloud cuckoo land, but because I know that in the end, adherence to those rules is what works. Adherence to those rules is what builds the kind of what we want to see in terms of a legal order, good governance, and so on. So it's not because we don't know that the instinct for revenge and violence is not there, but because we know that if we give into it, then we cannot distinguish ourselves from the people who we are fighting against. And that's why when we talk about Nigeria as a failed state, it's not so much, because the expression failed state to me is it's a bit like genocide. Everybody uses it now for everything that happens. But I would say rather that it is a failure of the state. And it's not what we are seeing now. It's the failure of the state before the problem started to show those who have now turned to banditry, terrorism, insurgency, and mass kidnapping, that there was a better thing that they could aspire to. We as a state, and when the state is not just the people in government, the state is also the people who we put there, and that even though we will say that it's not we the people, nonetheless we either participate by going out and voting and choosing people, or we participate by doing nothing, by abstaining from the process and still expecting that something miraculous will happen. So I think that we have this idea in our hearts that we want perfection. We cannot get perfection by staying out. Even when Prof was saying that he doesn't know whether a friend in government is a friend lost. But the Independent National Electoral Commission, yes, it's government, but it's also it's one of the bodies that is set up for the entire federation, not just the federal government, but it's set up for us. And I took time out in 2006 to 2007 to work with the National Democratic Institute, which is an American body, to work on our elections. And I can tell you that the elections that we had in 2003 and 2007, what we have now, you can't compare them. So yes, if we didn't have people like Festus Okoye and others going into those bodies and doing their own part, no matter how imperfect it might be, we could not even, in fact, I actually laugh when I think about how terrible the elections were. Yes, people do still think that snatching ballot boxes and so on and so forth is the way to win elections. But this latest improvement that we have had will make even that a very old-fashioned approach to electioneering and credible elections. So I want to say that I don't think things are perfect. As I said, I'm not Pollyanna living in cloud cuckoo land. But I want to also say that it can, in fact, be better. And the responsibility for making it better lies both in our pointing out why it is bad and also what we can do to make it better. On my Twitter feed, some Nigerians who had fled the crisis in Ukraine, instead of coming home as the Nigerian government had arranged for them, they said no, that they can't come to Nigeria because they're afraid of being kidnapped or trafficked. And I think it's like me saying that 100 people are murdered every day by gunshot in the United States. Therefore, I can't go to the United States. They should give me asylum in Switzerland.
All right.
It doesn't work like that. So we should, yes, things can, let's put our own effort into making what can be improved, improved. And then, yes, we can complain. I always complain, but let's do our part as well.
Thank
let's
you.
encourage
Thank
ourselves.
you. A round of applause for Madam. Thank you. Thank you for a very insightful and useful intervention. Thank you for reminding us that there is hope. Thank you for telling us and giving us good examples that even the electoral process has improved to some extent. And then even there is a reduction, according to you, in the number of casualties in terms of being victims to some of these social ills of terrorism, banditry, etc., etc. And I agree with you, like my state, Borno State, for example, there is that reduction. But what can one say about states like Katsina, where the president hails from? I was in Katsina a week ago. I've not been there for some years. I had to pray and pray and pray before I left for Katsina. I kept on, I didn't go anywhere. People had to be seeing me where I was staying, and then straight to the airport. Now, what do you say about Zamfara, which is one of the poorest states in the country, and then one of the worst hit states in terms of banditry activities? Now, I'm happy you mentioned the Chibok girls. The Chibok girls come from Chibok local government, which shares a boundary with my own local government, Askira Uba. And you talked about Goza, one of the places where the mobile policemen go for training. I understand is the most difficult places to go, and you have to go there in order to get, quote and unquote, your certificate to remain in the job as a mobile police officer. Well, we have heard you, and there may be questions for you. Thank you, madam. That takes us to the next intervener. That is Mrs. Chinwe Efobi, the chairperson of FIDA Lagos, who is being ably represented by Uche. And from what we're going to listen to from Uche, I think that will be a confirmation of the right choice by the FIDA chairperson, asking her to come and speak to us, not to read any paper to us. So she must be good at the task before that has been done. Thank you. Please fire on for the next 10 minutes. So she deserves a round of applause before she starts. Go ahead. Put it on for her.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm really glad to have the opportunity to be able to sit here today and lend my voice, to what is happening in Nigeria with respect to terrorism and banditry. I'm glad also to have the opportunity to have listened to my learned seniors, and they spoke so well. Growing up as a child, I remember reading storybooks about the Aloma of and I would read stories about how they were warriors and how, they fought wars, small and big wars. And now, as an adult, I think back and I realize that some of the wars they were fighting was actually banditry. So these things are really not new. Banditry is not new in Nigeria, in my opinion. However, I think, like they say, is teaching time saves 9. I think that's what the problem is with Nigeria. In those years, like we read it in the books, we saw the communities, the community heads, go out and fight this banditry, and it wasn't as common as it is right now. But then with terrorism, and insurgency and all of that coming up, it has become almost like a source of a lucrative, a lucrative business for the people who are in it, because you kidnap persons and then ask for ransom. And then those ransoms, you use it to buy arms, and empower yourselves to terrorize people. Like my Leonard Silk said, terrorism does not need a definition. You don't define terrorism. When you put somebody in a state where the person is fearful and you make the person, terrified, that is terrorism, as simple as it gets. I don't have any paper to read, and so I'm going to speak passionately from my heart, because it's such a sad situation in Nigeria that, I was a child, and right now, before you even travel for Christmas, for Easter, you're thinking about so many things. You're thinking about your safety. Should I go on? Okay. So you're thinking about your safety. You don't want to be on the roads, There's so many things going on. And like the professor of all time said, he said, there's so many things we copy from the West. We're very good at copying in Nigeria. But when it comes to copying what actually would help us to become a better nation, to become a better state, we don't copy those things. I hear arguments about state policing, and I wonder, why should that argument be? Why should we not support state police? Everything comes from the federal. Why should everything come from the federal? I think the governors of the states are should be the chief security officers of those states, not just on paper, but in actual fact. Why? Because they are in charge of the health, safety, and well-being of the persons in that community. And so, they should be able to have control over the policing, even in their states. So, because, when we talk about terrorism and banditry, we talk about the police not being able to fight it because they're not properly armed. Why? Because they're not getting resources from the federal. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Every state should work hard. Every state should, every governor of each state should work hard to provide, what is needed to actually put the state in order. Now, I also think that there are many causes, many things that bring about terrorism. For instance, you have religious intolerance, the causes of terrorism and banditry also provide us with the solutions to, what is causing this problem. And so I think a lot more of religious intolerance should be preached. There's no need trying to force people to believe what they don't want to believe. There's really no need for that. Then we go to things like corruption. It's sad to think that someone would apply to become the president of the country and doesn't even have a worksheet of what they want to do. And at the end of the day, everything just looks like people want to be associated with the name and all that it comes with. But no, it should go more than that. I always feel that Nigeria will work, and Nigeria will work when we are ready to get this country to work. We need to look at the kind of people that we are electing into positions of authority. It is so important. It is so key. Because, if you have no clues what to do in government, you honestly shouldn't be there. You honestly shouldn't be there. And we should be more proactive, in voting people who have a good idea of what they should do when they get into government. We also have the issue of our borders that are porous. I remember when Trump was in government and he was talking about building a wall between Mexico and America. A lot of people thought it was a crazy thing, you know. Honestly, I wasn't one of them. If Niger Republic is becoming a problem for us by the borders, we should build a wall. We should build some kind of thing, you know, that separates us from them. If you want to come into Nigeria, let's know what you're coming in for. Let's know, if you're leaving Nigeria, let's also know what you're leaving for. I mean, the movement, you know. I think these things are really important. I think it goes all back to governance, you know. We should elect people who actually are ready to serve the country. So on this note, I would stop here.
All right, a round of applause for Uche. Thank you for those brilliant, brilliant performance. And you reminded us of the history of these social ills, particularly banditry, which according to you has been with us for some time in the northern part as far back as the olden days. And you are going down memory lane to do so. Now, you also told us about other possible causes of these social ills, like bad governance and what have you. Of course, there are many others like poverty, religious fanaticism, neglect by government, etc., etc. Now, but I am interested in listening from the audience. You have listened to the discussants who have approached this topic from different perspectives. Dr. Olisa Abakoba is not here with us, and that reminds me that although that is a disadvantage more or less, we would have loved to hear from him, but also it can be an advantage because we can utilize the time that would have been allotted to him to share among the speakers as well as the audience. So what you lose by the roundabout, you can always get by the corner and vice versa. Having said this, it's now my duty to identify those who want to speak to us. I think we started at about 11:40 exactly. So we have less than 20 minutes to get through so that we can allow the next session to start in good time.
Please.
Now, probably 2 from this way, this side, maybe 3. And then you have 2 minutes each. Let us have your name, and then straight to the point. No protocols. Yes, I think we can start with the lady, having celebrated the International Women's Day recently. Yes, the one sitting in the third row. Yes, you. Okay. Your name, please, and your point.
Thank you very much, Leonard Silka, moderator. My name is Caroline Ladidi Anze Bishop, NECREP MBA Bukuru branch. I'm very happy to be here and be given this privilege to speak. I'll just go straight to it and say that these issues are multidimensional. And if we look at it from the angle of government, from the angle of citizens, yes, we would have some inroads, but I think we would have to spread the net wider because this is a hydra that cannot be attacked from just one position. Parents also have a role to play. These days you have young men and women who are interested in just making it fast, making it rich, the get-rich syndrome. It's no longer the case that... You may have
to round up. I understand we have 10 minutes, not 20 minutes.
Okay, people are no longer...
You have 1 minute.
It's becoming an interesting business for some persons because there is a lacuna of the law. They do things and they get away with it. And then I think Nigerians also, we have to start pushing for a way for Nigerians to be trained. We can't just keep remaining helpless while these things happen. People are being picked here and there, and there is nothing they can do about it. Maybe even the issue of arms later, light arms. Can we bear arms later so that we defend ourselves, or do we need to be trained?
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You've made the point. Can you appreciate her,
please?
So appreciate her. Yes, let's go down there. Yes, the gentleman standing already Yes, let's have two from this side, and see how we go.
Thank you, Leonard Suksa. My name is Johnson Amici. I'm a member of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch. I'm also a senior associate in the law firm of Ayodele Akitude & Co. So I'm going to just go straight to the point. For me, I believe it's more of a failed government because all that we have going on presently, we've never had it this bad in this country. And from the inception of this present government, the promises they made, or the whole paparazzis, none was achieved, not a single one. And that goes to show how bad.
Are you giving them 0 over 100%?
0.00.
Is that fair?
0.00. It's quite a disappointing
I don't
situation.
think so.
Thank you very much. And also, sir, and just like what the Mrs. Chiwefobi said,
yes,
about building a wall. Now we have a situation whereby the federal government has, at some point, approved a rail line from Nigeria to Niger Republic. How do you expect that same government to be able to put up a wall that will prevent or take steps to even prevent a porous border that we have with Nigeria and Niger Republic? It's quite.
Thank you. That's a valid point. Thank you very much. Let's come this way. 30 seconds, please. No one indicating? Yes. Let's come from, okay, I can see 2 hands. Yourself and then the gentleman. Then we're done with this side of the divide. Yes, 30 seconds, please.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Samuel Matthew, a member of the MBA Lagos branch. And I just want to quickly make this point. We are quick to blame the government, forgetting that the government is an institution occupied by the people. We form the government. We put the government there. It's from us that we have people occupying this seat, the corridor of power. So the change starts with us. The transformation starts with us. Who we elect, how we elect the people, and who we choose to represent us, and what we demand of them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good point, good point. We are part of the government, and leadership is not about position. Leadership is about individuals, what you can do. Even from the audience, you can contribute very well and meaningfully, just as you have done. That's a good point. Go ahead, sir. Your name?
My name is MMA Sani. My contribution is a position, or it's a question I would have loved to ask, but this is not the time to ask questions. So I'll convert it to an assertion. And I think that the problem with Nigeria, for me, is not with the government. It's the mentality that we have. It is the Stockholm syndrome that has crept into our political life. The love for those who torture us, the love for those who punish us, for those politicians who have no benefits, who do us no benefits. And yet activists all the time come out to enunciate what they will do when they go into government. They help us against the government, but when it's time to vote, Nigerians themselves will tell you, oh, he cannot win. Gani Fahimi was adjudged as not good to be in government because, government business is not done that way, and on and on. I'm aware that Falana SCN one time wanted to be governor of his state. And I also reckon that the performance was very poor politically for him. So why is it that Nigerians don't vote for people who are most likely to do better?
Thank you. That's a poser for another day, a very good one, but we'll take on that some other day. Before we come back to the discussants, let us, here we had 2 hands and they got it 100%. Here we had like 6 hands. Let's have 2 more, 30 seconds, and I mean 30 seconds. So the 2 of you, you and the other lady, both of you, yes, although no ladies at the bar, but I understand you insist on being ladies these days because of your rights at Beijing and women's activities.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ade Bimpe Bada. So straight to the point, I think our society has encouraged some of these ills. I remember back then, if you bring something that is not yours, if you bring it back home, you're going to walk the whole community in shame. But now, parents even celebrate successes that they do not know how their children come about. We also find that we do not encourage education. If you have a competition, maths competition, the highest prize they're going to get is probably 50,000 naira. But if they are going naked on the road or on TV, you'll find that they are going home with millions. So we have celebrated mediocrity. People want to collect ransom money and just build a house. They don't want to work hard. And I think when we start, each person from their home, the society will be better.
All right, thank you very much. You made the point.
Also, okay,
you made the point. The last person, 20 seconds. Hurry up. The lady there behind you.
The other point, sir, was that some human rights activism
We
does
don't
not
have
help us.
luxury for time.
All right,
You
sir.
have made your
Thank
point, and it's a very good point. We appreciate you, madam. The lady there behind, yes. And then bring the mic this way. We give 1 minute and round up. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Charity.
We're rounding up.
I'm a member of Lagos, MBA Lagos branch. Well, looking at the topic, legal order, terrorism, banditry, elections, and good governance, I was actually listening with keen interest to hear our discussions on deliberations with respect to the judgment on which expunges Section 84, Sub 12 of the Electoral Act. You know, I was actually listening with keen interest to hear what we talk about it. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your observation. Let's have the mic this way. I understand we have less than a minute, and I've been instructed not to allow all the panelists to speak. So it's not my fault that only one of them should speak. I don't know, going by how we started, well, Mr. Rabana is trying to yield. That's kind of you.
No, well, maybe there are...
We have been talking of elections. Do you want to elect one of you?
There are a majority. So
Okay, there are 2 against 1. All right, I was thinking of calling you because you started earlier, and I put pressure on you to drop the mic. So, but if you yield to Madam, fine. So let's have the mic over. Oh, they already have their mics on them. Okay, go ahead. All right.
Madam,
go ahead. Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Yeah.
And
I just want to be very brief. When it comes to our security, as I said, I drove from Maiduguri to Goza. There was no problem. But all of those spaces were governed by the people who lived in them. Now the people who live in those spaces have turned against. And it's the same thing that when we come to talking about building a wall. We can have eyes in the sky and spying on everybody and seeing everything. But in the end, we have to depend, our first line of security and defense is ourselves. Because somebody will always get through a wall. Somebody will always evade the surveillance and so on. So we need to have both the government has to do its part. Don't get me wrong, government must do its part. But we also need to understand that those times when what we now call ungoverned spaces, they were always ungoverned, but the people who were in them governed them. How do we get back there? I'm not sure.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. And as we round up, what she just said reminded me, if we want to build a wall between us and our neighboring countries, that reminded me of a town called Banki, not too far from Goza, in a local government called Bama, where you have just a road demarcating Nigeria from Cameroon. So what do? It's just like what you have in Uber, but this is internally demarcating Adamawa from Borno State, just a road. Siblings, cousins, in-laws, you can run across. Nobody can go after you because you have what you call immunity and what have you if you are on the other side. So this is a big conundrum for all of us. Well, with these few remarks, I say thank you to our speakers. Thank you to the audience, because it's all for you, and you've shown an understanding of what we have been doing. Thank you. God bless you.
A round of applause for the panelists. Thank you, panelists. You may rise for a group photograph with the executive and members of the planning committee. Members of the executive, can you come for a photograph with the panelists? And also members of the Law Week Planning Committee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we put our hands together once again for this panel? Please, I enjoin you to put your hands together once again. Thank you very much. Thank you. So quickly, we're going to be moving on to the next panel. I know that if you take a glance at our program, we're supposed to have a tea break at this time. So we'll allow persons who want to have their tea to step outside briefly and quietly and return with their tea and their snacks however they would like it. But we have to move on to the next panel at this time. So the next panel, the second plenary session at today's conference, is going to be discussing governance and the role of the private sector. And while the pictures here are being rounded up, I will call on the moderator, who is Madam Shola Shoyele. Is that correct? Shoyele. Madam Shola Shoyele, is that correct now? The judiciary correspondent at Channels TV and the host of Law Weekly. You're welcome, ma. Please put your hands together for her. And on this panel as well is Justice Theresa Chukwuemeka Chikeka, who is the acting judge of Imo State, the acting chief judge of Imo State. She'll be joining us virtually. I believe the media team has our Zoom link set up. And of course, on this panel as well is Mr. Bismarck Rowane, who is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Financial Derivatives Company Limited. Please put your hands together for him. You're welcome. And of course, on this panel as well is Ms. Nkem Agoti, who is the founder of Amber Solicitors, the former company secretary of UAC Nigeria Limited. Please take your seats up here. Thank you. And then finally, of course, is Mrs. Pierre Uzokwe, who is the director at Sahara Group Foundation. Before her role, she served as the director for governance and sustainability. Please put your hands together for her. Please put your hands together for all of our panelists. Please do not lose your energy. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. Please, once again, we are pressed for time, so the entire panel has an hour, 45 minutes for questions, and 15 minutes. There is no tea break. I said that already. You can just go outside, take your tea, and come back inside quietly. So thank you very much. My name is David Akindoliwe, and I hope that we find this panel edutaining. Ladies and gentlemen, please can all guests who are currently outside return to the hall, please. This panel session is moving forward. Can all guests, everyone outside, please can we move inside and join this plenary session, please? Thank you very much. Please can the members of the protocol team assist? Can everyone outside come inside? Thank you.
Hello? Can we start?
Sure.
Okay, on behalf of the leadership of the NBA Lagos branch and the in-house council forum, I want to warmly welcome everyone to this session. And as the chairman of the branch said, it is one of the innovative sessions that's been newly introduced, and I dare say that it is apt and very timely, especially ahead of the 2023 general elections. The theme for this session is governance and the role of the private sector, and I want to warmly welcome our panelists. It's great to see you all. Thank you for finding time out of your busy schedules to join us. I understand that Milord Justice Teresa Chukwuemeka Chikeka, the acting Chief Judge of Imo State, is joining us virtually, but she's represented by a judge of the court, Justice Kema Kolam Ojiako. Do we have Milord online? Hello? Do we have Milord online? Can we? Okay, great.
Can you hear me?
Let me start with you, Mr. Bismarck Wiwane, before
Sure.
we get Milord online to wade in. Let's start with some context to this conversation. What, in your view, is the role of the private sector in governance?
Good afternoon, and it's an honor to be here today. First and foremost, let's understand something, that the GDP of this country, that is the total output of this country, is $438 billion. And the private consumption and investment and net exports is about 90% of total activity. In other words, the government activity is only 10%. However, it's a very, very important and dominant 10%. If anything is going to happen in this country to change the trajectory of performance, it has to come from the private sector. But the private sector that is parasitic on the public sector, which is dominant and overbearing, will always end up with suboptimal outcomes. So let's understand that. So if you accept to be subservient to a dominant and to a large extent illegitimate dominant partner, which is the government, then the private sector is doomed. I'm not going to sit down here and apologize or make excuses for failure, because that's not, and nothing succeeds like success. There's nothing like near success, right? So if we have failed or we are failing, then we have to address it, because the reality is that problem identification is 50% of the solution. You can't be part of the problem and part of the solution. You're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution. So I think that's some context in which I want to say. And so if governance is critical to success in the private sector, and the private sector is an illegitimate and subservient partner to an overbearing public sector, then if you fix the private sector, by implication, you have actually fixed the public sector and fixed society. But if the private sector accepts to be a subservient and suboptimal partner, then there's no hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ruwane. Pearl, let me come to you. And you've heard what he said, but I want to talk about the benefits of involving the private sector in governance. You've done extensive work in that area. What can you tell us?
Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. Just to say that my previous life, I was a lawyer. I feel very welcome being here, because I think once a lawyer, always a lawyer. So thank you for the invitation. And, you know, I think I love that statistic that you just quoted, about 90% of our GDP coming from the private sector. You know, after the panel that we had previously, as Mr. Ruwane has said, you don't want to be basically sugarcoating things in essence, but then coming from the private sector and seeing the work that we do day in, day out. I'm coming in, I think maybe that is representative of the color that I'm wearing today, but what I see from the private sector is hope. Because the private sector has decided, especially in this country, that they will not wait for things to be perfect. The journey has started. We're not at the end game yet, but they're certainly pushing for that. And there's something that I really want to impress on today. We've all heard the word sustainability, right? You've heard it, people have different definitions for it. And I'm just here to say, for the private sector, as far as we're concerned, this is a gravy train that has moved on. And to explain why it's important for the private sector and why I have hope that this is something that the private sector can help push. Now, sustainability means for any private sector organization, and even a country, right, you want continuity. So if you're a business that has been successful and you want to remain successful for years and years to come, you need to ensure that there's continuity. And as sustainability is concerned, there are 3 key pillars. Governance being one of those key things. It's just saying, as a business, you've got to ensure that you are not negatively impacting on the environment at large, you're not negatively impacting on your society, and you don't have a negative impact as far as your governance is concerned. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because previously, right, just a little bit of history, bear with me. With the private sector, where it started off in corporate politics was that a business was okay with just doing well, and it was called, the do right, look at it as a do well model. They focused on shareholder profits. If you look at what happened in the corporate field, there was a change, and then they said, okay, it's not enough to just do well. Look at your single bottom line, your profit alone. They said we've got to do well. They said we've got to do good in society, and then they moved on to CSR activities, which for some it removed that doing good part from the core business. But I'm here today to say, as sustainability is concerned, there is no private sector entity that wants longevity, that wants to be continuous, that isn't focusing on this shared value model. And what does that mean? It means that you start to take into consideration your stakeholders. Difference. It used to be shareholder alone, profit, and then it's gone to stakeholders. Who are your stakeholders? Stakeholders, everything from your employees, I love that, the communities you operate out of, your regulator, your government. So governance, if you want to do well as a business, you have to infuse that into your corporate strategy. So I'm just saying, for businesses, we've seen businesses that were previously financially viable, and then a governance scandal has come in. Whether it's your Facebook of today, employees telling you that something is wrong cannot be ignored. Your millennials, your Gen Zs, going on Twitter, the previous panelist was talking about it, and highlighting an issue with your company. That is a stakeholder you can't afford to ignore. So I'm saying that the private sector gives me hope when I look at this country, because it's very much indicative of the trajectory that we want to see. You have got to do better, because there will be repercussions. There will be repercussions. Thank you.
Sustainability.
Sustainability all the way.
I picked that up, and I like that you kept emphasizing it. So I'm going to come to you, Nkem. And you've also been involved in the private sector extensively. And she's talked about sustainability. You had the GDP figures that Mr. Rewani revealed from the onset. Is the private sector doing enough in governance, in your own view? And what more do you think they can be doing?
So it's a good question you've asked. Actually prepared along those lines, because I feel very passionate on that. And let me just say, I think the private sector is on the right track in terms of entrenching good governance within the private sector. So from a corporate governance perspective, I think we're on the right track. We've got a lot of structures in place. The Nigerian Exchange Group has the issuers' rules that keep the listed companies in line. We've got the Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance. For the multinationals, we also have the self-regulation. And I think having worked in 2 very big corporations who understand the importance of governance and sustainability, I can say I've seen best practice in those areas, and it makes me very optimistic about what the private sector is doing. But I do think that we can do more. Apart from just corporate governance, the private sector has a role to play in public-private partnerships. I think more and more these days, it would be good, and it has already begun to happen, that government wants to focus on really what they're there to do, which is to set the regulatory frameworks, to set the legislation, to review sector policy, procurement, oversight of projects. And they're focusing there, and they're allowing private entities to step in and manage and finance projects. And what does that do? It allows the private sector to do what they do best, and it allows government to do what they do best. So it's very exciting, the upsurge in public-private partnerships. I think we could do more in that regard. I think right now we've worked on roads and airports and seaports. I would like to see more in healthcare, education, the management of our prisons. So I think we're doing good on corporate governance. We can do more on public-private partnerships. I would also like to encourage companies to do a lot more government engagement and be involved in policy formation, because the avenues are there. And just to support what the previous speaker said, with CSR, you can get, with corporate social responsibility, you can get that seat at the table. You find the government wanting to talk to you as a private sector player and as a responsible best practice company. They actually want your input. So CSR gets you that seat at the table. So government engagement, public-private partnerships, let's continue and perfect our corporate governance culture. And I think in these ways, we can support overall governance for the social system.
I hear what you say about we can do more. So my next question is going to be, what are we going to do? What is the more that we can do to boost increased participation of the private sector in governance? I don't know if Milord is online now. I can contribute to the discussion.
Yes, I'm online now.
Hello, Milord. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Milord,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much for joining us. Have you been listening to the conversation, Milord?
I didn't quite follow what's going on. We lost you somewhere along the line.
Okay, I wanted to know if you were following the conversation about the private sector and its role in governance. And we want to get your intervention at this point.
Well, actually, my intervention will come by way of the role of the private sector in governance. Obviously, it cannot be overemphasized. You know, I'll approach it from the angle of the benefits of the private sector in governance. First of all, there will be generation of employment for the citizens, provision of goods and services, and it makes for increase in the national income by way of taxes that are, the taxes that are paid and levies and all the rates, and also it assists in development of the economy. That's my intervention for now.
Said over to you.
Okay, I really couldn't hear. But Mr. Rwani, let me come to you because I know you have to run shortly.
Sure.
But Nkem was talking to us about the more that the private sector can do. And so my question is, what can the private sector do? What policies can we use to boost the increase of the private sector in governance?
No, first and foremost, I think let's look at it from, I'm sorry, I have to be, my discipline is economics, so I look at aggregate demand and aggregate supply to get you equilibrium price. When an economy is in disequilibrium, you begin to see symptoms of distortion. That is why you see the price of diesel a month ago was 340 naira, today it's 750 naira. I'd say why? The price of aviation fuel was 300 naira, it's now 700 naira. Why?
Yes, why?
No, because the economy is in perpetual state of disequilibrium. Therefore, what does that mean? It means that the aggregate supply is being distorted by bottlenecks, which prevents it from getting to the market, and therefore the price, and there are people gouging that. So having said that, what I'm trying to say is that the demand for good governance, which is considered as revolutionary, right? Once the demand increases, the supply will increase. So people have to demand good governance from their local government, from their state government, from the federal government. There's nothing wrong in that. Anytime people demand good governance and you say, no, you shut them down, then you're wasting your time. NSAS was a demand for good governance. It must be followed by a supply of good governance. And if you refuse to provide the supply, then you are building the case for another demand, right? So I want us to look at that in that context. We have a situation today where we have elections in 340 days, and we do not know who, when, how, zone. We just don't even know the players. And certain positions in government are not compatible with politics. And so somebody asked a question, and I was surprised that nobody talked about it, about section, whatever it is.
Section 84.
All right, and should somebody who is in an apolitical position be canvassing or participating in the process when he is supposed to be apolitical? That itself automatically disqualifies you because you are compromised. So you should not even be thinking about it. No talk of implementing it. So those are abhorrent. They shouldn't be. The fact that it's even being discussed is frightening, right? So again, the demand for good governance should be, people should come out and say, under no circumstances, right? No, under no circumstances should this person even be thinking politically, not to talk of acting politically. So what society allows you to do the abominable, and openly for that matter, that itself is a new low. All I can say is a new low.
But what are the measures that we can use to hold people accountable? What do you think?
There's nothing. Look, first of all, you must come out and say no. If you see, when honest men keep quiet when there's injustice, you're actually perpetuating injustice. Injustice for one is injustice for all. So, like I say, a neutral man during war is an enemy, right? So, there you are. I can't say more than that at this time.
Hell, let me come to you. From moving on from what Mr. Rwani has said, can you share with us any promising examples or maybe success stories, if you like, of private sector engagement in governance and what has worked and what is clearly working and what can move us forward? I'm moving on to solutions now.
I like that, solutions. Okay, I hope you can hear me. Permit me to just share one of the quotes that I enjoy thinking about, and I think for all of us in this room, it's something we can certainly relate to with all that happened with NSAS, right? So it says that businesses cannot be said to be succeeding in the midst of societies that have failed. Businesses cannot be said to be succeeding in the midst of societies that have failed. I say that and immediately I'm transported back to NSAS and all that happened. I doubt there's anybody in this room who didn't feel the effect of this failing of governance on all of us. It doesn't matter how expensive or how high your fence is, if our society fails, we are in big trouble. And that comes to the private sector. So what are you going to do about it? And Shola's asking, what are the practical examples? And the word I always use, it's a journey for us, but it's one that gives me encouragement. So for Sahara, practically speaking, some of the things that we've had to do, whether it's in, you've heard me talk about sustainability, sorry, bear with me. I'm passionate about it because it means continuity, right? We want to be here. Our country needs to be here. Our businesses need to be here. Sustainability reporting, you're saying to myself, I need to self-introspect. It's not about putting just your best foot forward. It's saying, what am I not doing so well? How can I improve on that? Now, when it comes to practical examples, for us as a company, we said, okay, we set up or got a gathering together called the Private Sector Advisory Group, and it was born out of an example that we saw at the UN level, where after the failings of the Millennium Development Goals, I know quite a few of you are familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals, right? So we're talking about governance, we're talking about things we can do well. The SDGs, 17 of them, aspirational. Now, as organizations, we're saying, are we going to sit back and keep talking about the failings, or can we organize ourselves in some way that's going to start making sense? So having seen Sahara was selected at UN level to go and meet with, this multi-sectoral grouping where you talked about how we can do better. decided we're going to come to Nigeria and replicate that, because we're not about getting things that have just been basically lifted from other countries, but trying to contextualize it. Now, in terms of practical examples, the Private Sector Advisory Group currently has over 60 private sector companies, civil society, the Office of the Senior Special Advisor to the President on SDGs, saying we're not going to keep looking at the problem from the outside, but we're going to get ourselves together. You know there are 17 SDGs, right? We said, okay, we're going to group ourselves into 10 clusters and work out which problems can we start to solve. Because, they keep saying, what's that? There's a quote about good intentions, right? The people wrote their intentions, but then sometimes in the country we struggle with gathering ourselves, getting together, ensuring that we're not working in silos, creating the impacts that we require. So with the Private Sector Advisory Group, what you then have is like minds who are focused on whether it's ending poverty or with health or the environment, to say, okay, let's not work in a manner that isn't integrated and coordinated, but we have this office. You were talking about policy, Shola, where you're working with governments. Yes, we're 90%, but we still need their input. You cannot be that arrogant to think you don't need that. And where we can help each other, we come together. So that's something that gives me hope, because I've seen us working collaboratively on joint projects. In the north, there was a health project completed last year where you had 5 different companies come together with government. We want to work on primary healthcare centers. We want to work on education. We're talking about what are the benefits to the private sector, right? So you're saying to the private sector, everybody needs to ultimately still see shared value in what they're doing. Government, what can you offer us? Private sector, what can you bring and immediately mobilize without wasting any more time, because the need is urgent. This, I've seen, it can work. It has already worked, because we have projects that have worked, and there's even more that we can do. So that is one example that I just wanted to share.
Thank you so much. I like the message of hope and optimism that she brought it. Let me come to you, Milord. Milord, the regulatory framework and the justice system, they're part of the markers of that attract foreign investment to the country. But what can you tell us about what we can do to strengthen the justice system?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very well. Well, I'll approach your question from the angle of economic development and the furtherance of democracy. You see, we have a situation in our courts, administration of justice. We all know that it's slow in this country. And foreign investors will not want to come if they know that the system of resolution of disputes is very slow. At times it takes years, 7, 10, 15 years to dispose of. As I speak to you now, I have matters of 1980 still pending in my court. You know that will discourage the investors from coming. But I'm going to profile a suggestion on how to sort this out. In the election tribunals, time frames have been fixed for disposal of election petitions, both at the tribunal, at the Court of Appeal, and in the Supreme Court. And that has greatly worked for us. I think that we should import what we have done there to the regular courts. We must not go by the same time frame of 6 months, 3 months, and all that, but we can put them there. Look at the time frame that we think that will be enough to dispose of these cases. I mean, if you're talking of documentation, there are more documents in the election matters than in the regular courts. So I don't see why that cannot work this way. So I would suggest an amendment or insertion of provisions in our laws, in the relevant High Court rules, and even in the Constitution on this issue. I'm sure when that is done, the judges will be very well guided. Now, issues of matters like stay of proceedings, they cause delays. You see a matter is pending in my court, the next, I make an interlocutory decision now. The next day, the aggrieved party goes on appeal against that interlocutory decision and files a motion for stay of proceedings. And I'm expected to hold on until the appeal is determined. These all contribute in the delays and discourage investors. An investor wants to be sure that his dispute, if he has any dispute, is sorted out as soon as possible so that he knows what to do. If he's not so assured, then he will not come. Then I have this other issue of multiple taxation. Multiple taxation is something that we also need to look into. These things are perpetrated by most of the officials of government. I think that laws should come out with stiff penalties against these officials who perpetrate these acts as a discouragement. If you continue to multitask, I mean,
your person at FIRS. So the being personally about print, can you hear?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Please go ahead, my lord.
Okay, somebody interfered.
Yeah,
so if we have such a legislation that will impose stiff penalty on officials, I think that will go a long way in encouraging investors to come, and even the SMEs. Again, I also look at the angle of the Constitution. If you look at the Constitution, you see that the main drivers of our economy are in the exclusive legislative list, like the oil, the mines, the railways, maritime, and all that. These are clearly in the exclusive legislative list, and these are restrictive. Restrictive in the sense that it's only the very big players that can play at that level. But if these items are brought into the concurrent list to also allow the states play, it will be liberalized, and then people will be encouraged to play with those items. I mean, invest in those items. But when you have it at the exclusive legislative list, you have to get this item, you have to get this approval, and all this you have to get them at the federal level. It will discourage investors. And then finally, on finance, access to finance. I think there should be some institutional framework that will serve to allow access to loans from the banks with very low interest rates to encourage people to participate in the private sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lord. Nkem, I'm going to come back to you, but let me quickly take up Mr. Rwani on this, the elephant in the room, which is this issue of corruption, and how the private sector should be reacting collectively to corruption in the system, in the regulatory and compliance system, because I know you have to run soon. So as part of solutions, I want you to talk to us about how to deal with corruption in the private sector. And then even this issue of when the private sector, in terms of co-financing of projects, and the private sector has the public sector has the upper hand. How do you balance out that?
First and foremost, for corruption, it's not private sector, public sector. There's always a giver and a taker in corruption, so everybody is compromised.
Everybody is compromised.
Yeah.
Because people seem to think that in the public sector it's worse.
Wait. You see, again, in economics, they say that every factor of production will earn that which it is duly entitled to. So if, in your own wisdom, you think that the president of Nigeria should earn 20 million naira a year, and the MD of Shell in Nigeria is earning $100 million a year because he has assets to manage of billions of dollars. And yet the president of the country is earning 1/20th or 100th of what the president of the MD of Shell is earning. The natural laws of economics say that whether you like it or not, the president of Nigeria will earn either directly or indirectly that which it is due. So if what it is due is $100 million, the president will earn 20 million naira naturally and earn unnaturally the other thing. Because if not, the economy is in disequilibrium, right? So if you understand what we call general equilibrium, dynamic general equilibrium, you now understand why you can't hold one variable constant and all other variables constant and one variable moving. So unfortunately, people don't understand the context Therefore, you say this is corrupt, that is corrupt. The truth is that you have created a structure which will make corruption inevitable. So you must accept that. And that is why in Singapore and all those other, some of those countries like Denmark, they structure their compensation to reflect dynamic equilibrium and not fooling around and playing, the game of you can't see my eyes and all that kind of thing, which is what we're doing here. Therefore, I want to suggest that corruption is part of it. You see, inefficiency is part of it. But when you have corruption and inefficiency, then all bets are off. Now we have neck-deep corruption, and we have very chronic inefficiency. And those two put together is lethal. No economy or no society can survive with those two being endemic. So the reality, how do we get out of it? Again, there has to be demand for good governance. Because the demand for good governance will get rid of the inefficient and will create a structure that does not have embedded corruption. That way, the people in Nigeria were not invented in a different universe. They come from the same genetic composition of man. And if these same Nigerians can survive when they get to Heathrow Airport or Atlanta Airport and cannot behave themselves when they're in Ikeja Airport, then it is the environment that is conspiring against them, not the... So you have to change that environment, and therefore the conspiracy of failure will become conspiracy of success. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I want to get your take on this as well, and how being good corporate citizens can also help. Okay. And then we'll take questions before Mr. Rwani runs away.
Okay, I'll tell you something about corruption from the context of corporate social responsibility. So when we talk about corporate social responsibility, most people think about charitable contributions, sinking boreholes, which that is definitely part of it. That's part of community involvement and development. But according to the Nigerian Industrial Standards for corporate responsibility, there are 7 pillars, of which just one is community involvement and development. Just to save time, I will highlight just one of the 7 pillars, which is good governance. And for companies, part of the whole good governance package, apart from just managing information, decision-making, and accountability, it also speaks to standards of business conduct, which includes the implementation of anti-bribery and corruption measures. So it's a long introduction to what I want to say, but what I really want to say is that companies may have these structures in place, but they're kind of self-defeating if these structures are not equally in place within the MDAs. So you have your private corporations, which are companies, and then your MDAs, which are largely statutory corporations, are also companies. And the same best practices that we implement in the private companies can be replicated in the MDAs. And if we don't do that, if we don't realize that the private sector and the public sector are like 2 wings of one bird, and the bird is the nation, if we don't understand that we have to be on the same page and move at the same pace, then what we're doing at the private sector level is almost self-defeating. So what is the solution that I want to prefer? So I hear I respectfully agree with what Mr. Rwani said, that if there's such an imbalance in wealth creation among civil servants and wealth creation among private professionals, you will always have that corruption. I agree with it 100%. But at the same time, I don't think we should excuse it. I think we should still have that zero tolerance. And I think the way to drive it is through the organized private sector. So it's not enough if you just have one corporation that has zero tolerance for corruption. You kind of have to organize yourselves. So I like what Mrs. Uzoikwe said about many companies coming together to look at sustainability goals. I also want to recommend that many companies come together with a minimum standard for corporate responsibility. And this is, we already have an organized private sector in MAN, the Manufacturers Association in Nigeria, in NASIMA, there's another one that I really wanted to mention, NECA, which I really enjoy. You can go through those channels and you can implement minimum standards and then face the public sector with a group no tolerance policy, and it will carry some weight. It will help. So my two recommendations is for all private sector players to be more involved in the organized private sector, and also to have that no tolerance policy, to sort of drive that no tolerance from a group perspective. Collectively, and see the results. So I worked in a multinational that had an absolutely zero tolerance policy, and we were none the worse for it. It worked for us, but we made sure we drove that vehicle of organized private sector. So I think it's an invaluable measure.
Thank you. Can we take questions now? Do we have questions for our panelists? Okay, one. Can we take, Mr. Ruane, can we take like 4? I know you have to run. But.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I'll just be very brief.
Okay.
I think the solution to corruption in this country is the poor remuneration in the public service. That is just the bottom line. How much, I'm not sure there is any judge or justice in this country that earns up to $1 million in a month. There is none. I'll give you my experience last week. A young lady came knocking at my gate in Abuja, and she wanted to read my water meter. And I said, what is this all about? You bring a bill every month, we pay you, nobody's reading. You said, Oga, I beg, let me just enter the compound. As soon as she entered my compound, she sat at the driver's bay for almost 30 minutes, not doing anything. My security man came out to come, say, Oga, this lady is still here, she's not doing anything. I said, what? He said, Oga, I am tired. I said, how? She said, I don't work out all this neighborhood, they read meter. Nobody even give me a bottle of Coke to say make a drink. This is life experience. I had to go out, give her something I thought was reasonable.
That's extortion.
So you can see that maybe if somebody is going around a whole neighborhood, she's poorly paid, there's no means of transportation, she's exhausted. If you offer her any money not to read that to your water meter or to underread it, she's going to do it. So basically, sir, unless we address the remuneration in public service, we are nowhere near solving corruption in this country. Then lastly, my question is to Madam Sahara Group. You know, we talk about corporate social responsibilities. And year in, year out, we read the amount of billions, millions that are being raked by the multinationals, the IOCs, and all that. Now, the simple question I want to ask is, in the immediate environment you do operate, how much of your profit are you committing annually to say on annual basis CSR. We are committing
CSR.
We are committing so much to development of the community, water, road, even security. so I'm sorry. So how much do you commit to that?
Any more questions? Okay, Mr. Gazama is saying.
I never intended to speak, but when my good friend, Mr. Lawa Rabana, was referring to the lady that went to his compound and probably accosted him, or how do I put it? I want to just make a short, I make a short intervention and say, there is a big difference, a wall of difference, and one can dichotomize between poverty of the mind and poverty of the pocket. Her own was poverty of the mind. She was gainfully employed, and she must display and demonstrate that as a human being, she has that dignity. She was working somewhere, and she was on an assignment. So I think that, I mean, it's probably maybe she's in that character to do that. But I don't think it's poverty of the pocket, it's of the mind. So maybe oftentimes you find people who don't lack. They try to exhibit lack, and they don't lack. And vice versa, it happens. And there are some who don't have, but they comport themselves and manage the situation. So I think it needs orientation, right? And if you want to say indoctrination, I don't know, but it needs.
Thank you, sir.
We should probably counsel one another as to how to behave in situations. But I think what she did was wrong.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any more questions? Any lady? Okay,
So
please go ahead. Please go ahead, sir. So then we'll come back to this side of the room for responses.
My name is M.M. Sani. I just want to ask this. It's rather rhetorical, but have we really defined corruption in Nigeria? When is a corruption? I think that is a critical question, and there's a scenario that just played out here. When the Leonard Sik was talking about the lady, I saw Mr. Rewani quipped, that's extortion. That's extortion. And while speaking here, I mean, with my friend, we also took different positions, which is to say that, look, our culture here is that somebody is working, yes, you can say she's gainfully employed, she's walking around, she's been in the sun and all of that, and then she comes to your house and says, oh, look, I've been working, I'm tired, and so you say, provided it is not going to affect what, her judgment and what she wants to do. And you say, okay, so take this. And again, if you then perpetuate that, I mean, if she develops that into some sense of entitlement, again, you have a problem. President Jonathan said this one time, but because of politics, a lot of people felt, oh, look, don't mind him. That the issue is that the standard for measuring what is a corrupt practice and what is not, beyond the legalese. One that is founded on culture, that is founded on the realities that we live in. I think that is one of the problems that we have, and that's why you have, double standards, multiple standards, even in legal judgments relating to corruption.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me go deal with extortion. This place is an extortion racket anyway. Now, I was chairman of the minimum wage committee for the government in 2019. And when we looked at the structure of wages in Nigeria, the minimum wage was 18,000. What was agreed was 27,000. Eventually we came out with 30,000 naira. 30,000 naira at that time was $90, right? And we felt, okay. Today, 30,000 naira is worth about $40. So in a matter of 3 years, there's been an erosion of value of over 100%, or over 50%. And in economics, we say rational man. In law, you talk about reasonable man. The reasonable man theory is about that which you would have done under reasonable to be not negligent to do that. But we make policies for reasonable men, right, and rational minds. But when the reasonable man becomes an unreasonable man because he's under pressure, then your policies are flying in the air, right? And so, and the ordinary man becomes an unreasonable man. Therefore, you need two types of interventions. One is psychiatric intervention to make the unreasonable man reasonable, and then financial intervention to sustain him. And so that type of analysis is required to understand this, because between 2020 and today, we constructed a synthetic basket which shows that the price of goods have gone up by about 133%, from flour to cooking gas to sardine to beans to bread and to eggs. So if you're trying to make a loaf of bread, you have 5 components. You have flour, you have margarine, you have eggs, you have baking powder, you have sugar. So, and if you take each of these commodities and look at how much has happened, you can find out easily. Eggs were 800 naira, now 2,200. Margarine has gone more than doubled. Flour has gone from 8,500 to 25,000 a bag. And sugar, of course, you know what has happened. So when you, vegetable oil has gone from 8,000, now, what has happened is that 133% increase in price over 2 years, which is about 50-something, about 65% a year, compared to what the National Bureau of Statistics says, gone up 15% a year. So definitely, there's not even data integrity, right? There's no data integrity. Now, so...
what's the solution to that? What's the way around?
The solution is to demand data integrity. I keep on saying that demand for good governance, which some people consider violent, which some people consider antisocial, which some people consider illegal, which some people consider dysfunctional. It's not. There is demand for good governance is natural, and the supply will follow. When all these things happen, then you'll be in equilibrium, and society will. I'm being very utopian, but I must, you see, tinkering at the corners would not address the issue. What you are seeing are symptoms of a dysfunctional society. That's why even in the inauguration of a governor, all sorts of things happen, right? So, because these are symptoms of a sociological breakdown where the reasonable man has become an unreasonable man. These are symptoms of psychiatric intervention required. So
thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, I gotta
go. Before you run, Kel, can we quickly get your...
Okay.
There was a specific question that was directed
indeed
to you.
Okay, so very quickly, what I was going to say is, I think when you know better, right, you do better. And I think that is an apt description of where we are as an organization. And the good gentleman had said, how much are you basically contributing towards CSR? And I'll tell you something. To start with, for our company, we don't even call it CSR. It's called PCSR. And what does the P stand for? It stands for personal and corporate social responsibility. So it's not just the corporate, it boils down to our people. So we're saying the people, all the employees in the company have to get involved in it. Why am I saying it? When you talk about good governance, you see, there's no regulation in the sense that's forcing us to do what we have to do. No. We decide voluntarily to do that because, again, we're saying we know better, we're going to do better. We decide to do sustainability reporting, and if you know what that means, it says you are putting a mirror to yourself and saying, as it concerns these tenets that I believe are necessary, governance, the economic, the social, where are we falling short on the environmental? I keep saying it's a journey, we're not there yet, but it's something we want to do. Now, in terms of transparency and accountability, these reports are openly available. Go on our website, everything for the last 6 years has been done with, third parties. all there for you to see with the amounts that have been spent. We pay taxes. But that's why I have to agree with Mr. Rewane's comments in relation to the lady who went around and was asking for a drink, right? You see, and I think the gentleman over there answered it in part. The culture of any organization is set by the worst behavior the leader is willing to tolerate, right? Whilst there's a financial element that we could do better on, there's a mindset shift that we cannot ignore. I've seen this, whether it's in organizations, I've seen it in countries. Let me take a place like Ghana, and it's something that I have observed, just my humble observation over the years. You see, when people decide that enough is enough, they're not going to take this anymore, it starts to show. And even as a corporate entity, I saw the change in the trajectory, where you would go to places, the individuals will call up radio stations and say, somebody has done this, this is not okay. It's not okay. Well, we've reached a point where there's a level of apathy, cynicism, people have been beat down, but we have to still keep driving. We can't keep quiet about it because we simply know better. So until we stop that, because I keep saying, when you look at good governance as well, the enabling environment to ensure that where there are infractions, people are, there are punitive measures applied. Because the same Nigerians, like you were saying, that do the things here, when they go to other places, they haven't even gone far. They're still at the airport in the other countries, full alignment.
Yeah.
All the rubbish falls away. So we need the enabling environments to ensure that there are repercussions for bad behavior, and that we ourselves just tell ourselves the truth. Because like I said, the company is not doing it because anybody has held a gun to our head. We're doing it because we've decided we need to do better.
Thank you so much, Val. Milord, I want to come to you for your final comments. You talked earlier about constitutional amendment, you talked about fines. As a way of rounding up, what is the role, if any, for the NBA going forward? And who has the responsibility, all those constitutional amendments you talked about, the fines, who has the responsibility for moving us forward? And any role, if any, for the NBA?
Well, the NBA has a role to play there. We just came out of this constitutional amendment by the National Assembly. Nothing stopped them from writing the National Assembly and then making these suggestions, because these things really have to work. If we really want an efficient private sector participation in terms of what I stated in my contribution, we really need these amendments. And for the rules, there are ones that are in the rules of the court. That one does not need constitutional amendment. That one is with respect to the heads of courts who can come up with practice directions or rules. They don't need to go through any legislation to that. So that can be done locally or at the level of the heads of courts. But the NBA has a role to play. And us judges also, we have this duty to ensure that investment disputes are prioritized in terms of their hearing, so that no long dates are given and the matters will be heard expeditiously and concluded in good time, so that these investors can come. We really need them to get our economy efficiently running. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, finally, Nkem, you have the floor. Last comments, last words.
So my last comments, again, to what Mr. Rewane said, about 90% of the GDP is coming from the private sector. We have a huge role to play. I would say let all the private companies invest in practice, let them get organized, and let them then get involved in governance. I think just those 3 steps. For private companies, CSR is voluntary, which is great. For listed companies, you're actually expected to have CSR policy, you're expected by regulation to put a CSR report in your annual report, so it's actually an obligation. So I just want to call on companies to take the obligation very seriously and understand that there's a benefit not just to the social system, but to the companies themselves in terms of a seat at the table, a good reputation, more business, more sustainability. So I'd say let's all just take those 3 steps. We're in the era of the double balance sheet. And I think just as Pearl had said, it's no longer a case of I'm making this profit, so I'm doing all right. People want to know, is your business sustainable and what are you doing for the community? And sorry, just one last point on governance. Governance really speaks to all stakeholders being taken into consideration. So in the previous panel, there was some talk about a failed state or failure of government. And then Pearl said something as well that, we failed when we look at the NSAR situation. But meanwhile, there are some people looking at Nigeria right now, and they don't feel like Nigeria is failing them. They're enjoying themselves. So I think also at governance level, or when we're looking at governance, all stakeholders have to be taken into account. I'm not sure that all stakeholders get taken into account on the public side. I think mostly big corporates, rich people, and yes, sometimes there's some ethnic dynamics that come into play. But within the private sector, I think there's greater scope to be more inclusive when you're thinking about your stakeholders and how to govern in a way that takes everybody's interests into consideration. And so there's an opportunity for the private sector to share best practice with government, to do some capacity building. We spoke about corruption. Gone are the days when you can just give a bribe like that, at least for the bigger companies. You don't just take an envelope and give a bribe. But you can always enhance the MDAs with capacity building. So you can help. You can show them how to broaden the scope for taking care of stakeholders. All of this is part of governance. I could go on and on. I wish I could say more, but unfortunately not. But
Thank you so much.
I'm happy to put it in a paper later.
Thank you so much. I think this is a good point to leave it, and thank you for that note on which you ended. I want to say thank you to all our panelists. Thank you, Mr. Rwani. Thank you, Pearl. Thank you, Nkem. Thank you, Milord. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for all the knowledge you've shared. Thank you, everyone.
Round of applause for the panelists. Please, you may just exercise a little patience as you take group photograph with the executive. Just a short one, sir, a short one, sir, a short one. The panelists with the executive of MBA Lagos and members of the committees, in-house committee. No, the panel that just concluded their. Thank you very much, Lenesek.
So our next plenary section, that's the 3rd session, would be on taxation, development, and fiscal federalism. Thank you. Thank you. To discuss this, we have, yes. To moderate this session, we'll receive Professor Abiola Sani, SAN, University of Lagos, Mr. Chukwuka Ikwazum, SAN, partner Aluko and Oyebode, Mrs. Lolade Oshosami, partner in Udo Udoma and Bello Oseage, and Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, partner in PwC Nigeria. You're welcome.
Learned Essence, please, you have 1 hour for this section, 45 minutes for the discussion, and 15 minutes for question and answer. So in all, 1 hour for this section. Thank you so much. Learned Sake, and my erudite prof.
Okay, the one the.
Nice to meet you. Likewise. Let her be in the middle.
Hello.
Let her be in the middle.
Okay.
Let her be in the middle.
Good afternoon, the leaders of the bar, members of the inner bar and the outer bar, distinguished colleagues. It's a privilege and a pleasure to moderate this session. And I'm particularly excited at how the session before this particular one went. They made fundamental intervention that laid a very solid foundation for this session. I had interrogations on taxation, on multiplicity of taxes, on corporate social responsibility, which we are going to build on. To do this, we have a panel like none other, comprising of seasoned lawyers, starting with my learned brother Silk, Chukwuka Ikwazom, a partner in Naluku and Oyebode, a seasoned tax practitioner in his right. We also have a partner in Udo Udoma, who will be intervening from the perspective of taxation and development. Then last but not the least, we have Taiwo Oyedele, a tax partner and a taxation leader in PwC, who has done quite a lot of work in the taxation space, who has a presentation that will kick off the session. We have structured this session in a different way. It will start with a 10-minute presentation by Taiwo Oyedele, after which the two panelists will speak to it from different perspectives. But let me start by saying that discussion about fiscal federalism is always narrowed down to a particular tax, or at best, 2 taxes. Issues of VAT, cases around VAT, but it's much larger and wider. I want you to look at 2 scenarios. You have a citizen of the world who lives in a locality but travels to different parts of the world. So he's a world citizen. But wherever he travels to is a local environment to some people in that area. And the second scenario is a local, somebody who lives in a particular environment and he doesn't know what is going on in other climes. Because when we talk about fiscal federalism, there is always a tension between the federalist and the anti-federalist. The federalist will say, let us decentralize, let's have a stronger state or stronger region, and then a weaker federal. Then the anti-federalists will say, no, only federal government can do everything, being an omnipotent level of government. So let's put all the responsibilities on the federal. But we have seen that for you to have a functional state, a sustainable system, you must have a strong local, you must have a strong mid-level government, which is the state. You must also have an equally strong and functional federal. And that is what fiscal federalism is all about. It begins with allocation of functions of government. There are functions that the federal is presently saddled with that the federal government of Nigeria will never be able to do efficiently. That's why we have banditry, we have terrorism. I've never heard of any historical case where they used motorcycle to kidnap 200 people and we have no means of tracing them. So that's a failure of system at every level. And that is why when we are talking about fiscal federalism, we need to widen our horizon to understand it from the economic perspective. As Mr. Rewani said, a very good, accountable local governance. That is the primary requirement of every state. So, ladies and gentlemen, our objective in this small intervention is to widen the horizons of lawyers so that more lawyers can get engaged in this conversation and also get involved. We jokingly said we want to bring more tax lawyers to the tax net so that they can play a key role in shaping taxation policy in this country. With that background, let me call on Taiwo Yedele to treat us to his presentation, which will give us a structured and organized understanding of the sub-theme of our presentation. Thank you very much. Can we please give him a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Professor Sonny. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I have only 10 minutes, so I'll just get straight on with what I have to share with you. The topic is taxation, development, and fiscal federalism. If you can get the slides up. So I have 4 sections, so this is my very short presentation. Number 1 is to try and give you an overview and context so we can put everything in proper perspective. Number 2 is to look at fiscal federalism in Nigeria. And number 3 is how do we connect the dots? And then what do we do with it? Number 4. I'm trying to figure where the projector is, the computer, so I can point this there. So you can move to the next one. Now, in terms of the overview, so I have 3 very important definitions that I've created myself, so you won't find it anywhere else, except here. And I created them actually this morning. So I thought it would be important to start by defining what is development. And I take the view, having considered so many things, that development means optimal and sustained improvement in the economic and social well-being of a nation and the quality of life of its people. That's development, right? Do we have healthcare? Do we have education? Do we have freedom? To do this, government needs resources, especially taxation. Not only taxation, but especially taxation. So that takes us to taxation. What is taxation? Very different from all the definitions you've seen or heard before. I'm of the view that taxation is the consideration in the social contract. You lawyers say that you need an offer acceptance and a consideration to have a contract. Taxation is the consideration in the social contract between government and the people to enable the government deliver development to the people. That's taxation. So what's fiscal federalism? It is the efficient allocation of resources among different levels of government within the context of their respective functions and assigned responsibilities. That's fiscal federalism. So it's not a good or bad, right or wrong federalism. It's within the context of what you have to do. So having said that context, so how does fiscal federalism look like in Nigeria? Thank you for moving forward. And I thought it would be important, we like to refer to the US whenever we talk about governance and our system of government in Nigeria. So you would see to the right of that screen, but before we go into that, first, when you talk about resources, I've decided to categorize them under 3 broad headings. Number 1, taxes. Number 2, land. Number 3, other resources. As a matter of fact, other than human capital, people, the most important resource of a country, any country for that matter, is land. With or without what is under the land, right? So if you just look to your right, in the US, states, governments own only 8.6% of land. In Nigeria, states own almost 100%. I'm going to give you a perspective that is very different for what you find out there when we talk about this topic. And I'm very comfortable because I know lawyers are very okay with disagreeing to agree subsequently. They do it for a living, so they are fine. Now, let's start with taxes, right? 7 major taxes in Nigeria account for about 98% of all revenues, all levels of government combined, 7 of them. Out of these 7, 3 are exclusively 100% to the subnational. Let me tell you the 7 taxes in order. Value-added tax, other means as of last year. Petroleum profit tax, companies income tax, import duties, personal income tax, stamp duties, and property taxes. Out of these 7, 3 belong to the subnational, state and local government. It is personal income tax, stamp duties, and property taxes. In the US, personal income tax is even shared between the federal government and states. Of the other taxes, the remaining 4, 1, which is the highest revenue yielding as of today, VAT, 85% of it belongs to the state and local government. Of the remaining 1, petroleum profit tax, company income tax, and import duties, subnational share 47.32%. I'm an accountant, so I like to do maths. When I put all of this together, it gave me a little over 75% of all tax revenue in Nigeria today go to subnational. Land, I already told you, almost entirely owned by states. How about other resources? Well, natural resources, we say states don't control it. But well, it's centrally controlled, but the revenue is shared, and about 60% goes to subnational. There's 47.32% shared between state and local government, and there's a 13% derivation that goes to some states. Altogether, 60. How about non-fiscal revenue? Charges, levies, taxes, fees, all different names they call them. If you go to the list of approved charges, levies, and taxes, you see a long list for state and local government. How about investment, trade, business regulation? Well, other than corporates, state regulates businesses. Many of us in this room work in a firm of partnership, like my firm. Even though I'm not a lawyer, I'm an accountant, right? We pay our taxes to Lagos State. So, having said all of this, where am I going with this? It takes me to my next question. How do we connect the dots? Yes, my friend, thank you for moving very quickly on that. How do we connect the dots? There are 4 important dots I'd like us to connect. The first one is, in this conversation, you cannot succeed in having a meaningful conversation if you stick with a single story. There's always a single story of who is sharing what. That is not complete. To complete it, there are 4 dimensions. Number 1, what are the functions of the different levels of government as currently contained in the Constitution? We can then ask, what should it be if we don't like what it is? What are those other responsibilities they have other than what is in the Constitution? That's number 1. And you see, I tried to put traffic lights, and I thought this one is amber. It's not perfect, but it's not too bad in terms of the roles that the different governments have. Number 2 is determine the most suitable level of government to perform different functions. Adam Smith, In 1776, other than the very famous invisible hand, division of labor, he said something very profound. He said, we should try and outline all the functions that a society require, and then allow the private sector to do everything on that list that they are better placed to do than government. Once you are done, whatever is left, give it to government and let government take as little as possible from the people in performing those functions. Now, those functions that you said should go to government, you also need to ask, starting from the local government level, what is it that they are best placed to perform? Give to local government. The remaining list, what is it that state is best placed to perform? Give to state. It is the residual that goes to the federal government. That's the way it should be done. In Nigeria, it has not been done properly, so I give it a red. Next, let's assess what do we have in terms of resources. So that once we finish assessing, we allocate those resources within the context of the functions those levels of government need to perform. And finally, we monitor effective utilization and ensure there is collaboration and coordination amongst those levels of government to ensure economic and social development. So let me wrap up. And you see the guy there, that is Adam Smith. And he said, I told you so, since 1776. So finally, what are my final thoughts and way forward? Number one, I have 7 of them. 1, we need to diagnose the problem correctly before administering prescriptions. Otherwise, you will prescribe the medicine for headache, for a leg pain. Number 2, our biggest issue from my own point of view is not fiscal federalism. Why can't we optimize what we have currently? Rather than focusing on how do you share the cake, why don't we bake a bigger one? We should focus on substance over form and say what is good for the present day Nigeria. Why do I say that? People say states should collect VAT. It should not be federal. I'm not particular about who collects. I'm concerned about the country. And I say, why do we care about who collects? Why are we not discussing who shares, who owns the revenue? Collection is an old concept. The world has so moved on now that the collection is seamless, right? So don't worry about who is collecting. Worry about who owns the revenue. Number 5, promote prosperity for businesses and citizens, and revenue will follow. Taxation is how government shares in the prosperity of businesses and of citizens. Elon Musk alone paid about $11 billion in taxes. That's more than personal income tax collected in Nigeria in the past 4 years. Let's have a broader conversation about the social contract and how well we are each playing our roles as taxpayers, as advisors, as lawyers, as government. Above all, let us put the interests of our nation first. And I close with this quote by Harlan Ellison. He said, you are not entitled to your opinion. You are entitled to your informed opinion because no one is entitled to be ignorant. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Taiwo has made a complex concept as simple as it could be. He has treated us to basic data, which showed the numbers. And he said that we should move away from single story of rigid federalism. He actually said we should de-emphasize the debate and the discussion around fiscal federalism. Like I said, it's a debate between federalists and anti-federalists. So we will see what the response of other speakers to this will be, and also the members of the audience. Now, I'm going to call on Mrs. Lolade Ososami a partner in Udo Udoma Bello Osage, to intervene in the area of fiscal federalism and development. Because all this discourse is about advancement of welfare, establishment of accountability, and then progress at the local level, at the state level, and also at the federal level, even at the global space. So help me to welcome Lolade as she gives us a treat to this interesting discourse. Over to you.
Thank you, Prof. I hope you can all hear me. Okay, great. Thank you, Taiwo, for that brief but packed presentation. So we can go on and on about the debate on fiscal federalism, what it is. I've found in interacting with people that people tend to interpret it in different ways and from different contexts. But just to focus on the area that I would like to emphasize on today, which is the area of development. Because taxation in itself is a fiscal tool that is part of fiscal policy, which is one of the means by which a nation determines how it makes money and spends money. And if you park that on one side and then you look at federal fiscalism, we seem to talk only about how the money is shared, who is getting what. And we have done that at the expense of focusing on the bigger picture, which is how much development are we achieving with the current framework of fiscal federalism that we have. Taiwo shared an interesting statistic that of all the tax revenue that is collected, 75% is shared. Is that correct?
75% actually goes to state and local government.
Correct. 75% goes to state and local government. That's a very interesting statistic. Because when you look around, you ask yourself how much development is taking place at the state level. If you look at Nigeria, we have 36 states. How many of those 36 states are functional? Why do people finish school in their home state and they have to travel to Lagos or Port Harcourt or Abuja to find jobs? How many jobs really can the businesses in Lagos provide to a population of about, how many are we now? 200 million? If you even take a quarter of that, 50 million, where are the 50 million jobs in one state? So I think we need to move away from how the money is being shared to what is being done with the money that is being shared. Tao talked about social contract. Yes, there's government on one side and there's the taxpayer on the other side of that contract. But on either side of the contract also are obligations to be fulfilled. How much accountability are we demanding from our governments? You know, I have watched the tax reform in Nigeria move from when we had less than 30% tax compliance, which was really terrible for us because many nations didn't even take us seriously, because tax is the primary and fundamental source of revenue in a normal country. We've moved away from that now to a place where, at least as a nation, tax compliance is now the order of the day. Now, as you're sitting here, whether you are aware of it or not, you are a taxpayer, because we've reached a level now in our compliance ability to where electronic technologies, digital technologies have been introduced. So right now, any Nigerian professional should be paying one tax or the other. If you're not paying your income tax, you're incurring consumption tax through your expenditure, your daily expenditure through VAT. Your law firms, you are definitely, tax is being withheld on your fees. So we're all paying tax now, right? And this money is going, for now, to the center, and then the center shares it to the state governments and the local governments. Now, what should be our role in all of that? Number one, our role is to, like I said, monitor the actual level of development that is going on and see how we can further modify what we have currently in Nigeria to meet the needs for development? How can we use tax to create jobs? The state governments that are receiving these monies, who is holding them accountable for what they're doing with it? Are they using it to build infrastructure in their various state capitals, such that that state capital can become more attractive to businesses? Because in order for us to create jobs, we must make sure that we empower businesses. It is the businesses that will create the jobs. And it is when people are employed that they can have disposable income to spend, and the cycle goes on and on. So I'm touching on a lot of things because we have limited time. But what I want to say is that in our tax reform and in the formation of tax policies, government also needs to look at how it can engender competition between states. And so maybe we need to move away from collecting everything at the center and sharing to sending the states to go and collect. Because if as a state governor, I don't have money coming to me from the center to rely on, and I'm governing a state and I want to come back, I want to be re-elected in the next term, I need to do something, I need to perform. So I think that we need to look at the disadvantages of the current framework that we have more within the context of how it is impeding development, sustainable development. Because right now, the development we have in Nigeria can hardly be considered to be sustainable. Go outside of Lagos, Abuja, I don't know where you will find state-of-the-art hospitals. I don't even know how many so-called state-of-the-art hospitals are functional. I don't know how many states have good schools or universities. So without hogging the mic, Prof, I don't know if I should still go on or my time is up. 1 more minute. So I wrap up by saying, and this is to us as lawyers, that we mustn't behave like ostriches with our heads buried in the sand. We need to get more involved in how tax policy is influenced. Why? Because as commercial lawyers, we're the ones that interface with businesses the most. And so we see where the pain is for business owners. We see how difficult it is, in spite of the ease of doing business initiative, how difficult it is to establish a business in Nigeria today. And see how we can use our experiences and become more vocal and more involved in influencing tax policy, such that our tax policy begins to impact more favorably on development, sustainable development. Thank you.
Excellent. Lolade, I hate to stop you, just as I hate to stop Taiwo. These are important conversations, but we have limited time. But this is just to open it up. It's just a tip of the iceberg. She was very strong on the structure of the current system, where 75% of the revenue of the state and local comes from the federal. And she said her verdict is that nothing good can come out of Nazareth. If we continue with this system, it's never going to deliver. And to simplify it, it's like an adult who still receives 75% of his earning from home. It's not sustainable. Some people have called it feeding bottle federalism. I don't know anywhere in the world where we have this type of system. You can see that lawyers see this a bit differently. But at the end of the day, there must be a handshake. And that is why this conversation is important. I will now call on my learned brother Silk, Chukwuka Ikwazom, to intervene from the legal perspective. There have been so much legal development in this area. About 5 months ago, it was as if heaven was going to fall The reaction we had from the polity then was even stronger than those who are clamoring for regime change or for secession. So to help us put this in perspective in terms of what we had in the past and the current legal development, I call on my learned brother, Chukwuka Ikwazom, who is a major player in this area, to please speak to us and help us take a dive into the legal framework. Thank you very much. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Prof. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. And Taiwo, thank you very much for that very packed presentation. I'm going to be intervening from the standpoint of, recent developments in the debate on fiscal federalism. When we talk about fiscal federalism, a lot of people see it as something that's, quite difficult to comprehend. In its simplest formulation, fiscal federalism is the concept that says that in a federal system of government, where the ground norm or the constitution has allocated responsibilities and tasks, that economic resources should also be allocated to the different levels of government to enable them to be able to meet the responsibilities that they have. So when you go to the Constitution of Nigeria, the 1999 Constitution, you see the different legislative lists, the exclusive list, the concurrent list, and then you see Section 4.7 that says that any item that's not included in either the exclusive or concurrent list will be reserved as a residual matter for the states. So the Constitution has allocated responsibilities to the different tiers of government. And fiscal federalism only speaks to the importance of ensuring that sufficient state resources are allocated to these different levels of government to enable them to meet the responsibilities allocated to them. I heard Taiwo loud and clear when he talked about, the focus should not be so much on, fiscal federalism. My view is that how resources are allocated and how responsibilities are assigned is neither a tax issue nor an economic issue. For me, it's a political issue. People sit down to determine how they want different responsibilities within their polity to be allocated. And I think that the problem we have in Nigeria is that we have not really had a truly people's constitution. We have never sat down as a people to have a debate about what subjects, what responsibilities, what tasks should be left for the federal government and which ones should be left for the state governments and even the local governments. So it has been a military regime handing over a constitution to us. And that is why the implementation of this constitution has presented significant difficulty. Prof talked about what happened, the judgment that came out of the Federal High Court in Port Harcourt that shook the nation a few months ago. But the truth of the matter is that the debate about fiscal federalism did not start when that case was filed. As far back as in the 1980s, if I remember correctly, the Supreme Court, in a case called Abiru Agba and Attorney General of Ogun State, had to deal with this same issue. And what the Supreme Court said in that case is that, the power to impose a tax broadly follows the power to legislate, such that every level of government will have the power to impose a tax on any subject over which it can make laws. This was as far back as the 80s. So this conversation has been going on for a long time. And it will probably continue to go on for a long time. Now, immediately after we transited from military regime to democracy, there were efforts led by the Lagos state government to challenge, in particular, the VAT Act. Because if you ask me, There is no better piece of legislation that, encapsulates this distortion of federal fiscal federalism that we have than the VAT Act. Again, when you go back to the history of that piece of legislation, you see that it was a statute that was enacted under military rule when Nigeria was run more or less like a unitary state. So immediately we transited to civilian administration. The Lagos state government led the fight against the striking down of some of the provisions of that statute. And I remember that there was a matter that was filed at the Supreme Court, Attorney General of Lagos State against Attorney General of the Federation. For some reason, the Supreme Court did not want to delve into the merits of that controversy. It found a way to strike out that action on the basis that it wasn't a matter that should have been brought invoking the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court left unanswered the question as to whether the federal government is competent to enact a law that will impose VAT on intrastate supply of goods and services. Because if you go back to the state, the case that I referred to earlier, which is Aberuaba, what the Supreme Court said in that case is that if you have the power to legislate over a subject matter, you have the power to impose tax over that subject matter. So if you apply that to the controversy surrounding the VAT regime, what that tells you is that there are essentially three types of supplies of goods and services you can have in a federal state. You can have supplies that happen within a state, which I would describe as intrastate supply of goods and services. You can have interstate supply of goods and services, which is a supply that happens between or among one or two or more states. And then you have international commerce, which deals with goods that and services that flow in from outside Nigeria. So if you were to apply the decision of the Supreme Court in that case, it will mean that the federal government will not be competent to impose VAT on supplies of services and goods that happen inside a state. But they will be competent to impose VAT on interstate and international commerce. But because the Supreme Court did not seize the opportunity presented by the suit filed by the Attorney General of Lagos State to deal with that issue has lingered on to this moment. And that was why when a federal high court in Port Harcourt came up with the VAT decision, people got excited about it. Now that matter has gone on appeal to the Court of Appeal, and it remains to be seen how the Court of Appeal will resolve that issue. And I want to make another point, which is something that Professor Sani has also alluded to. When we talk about fiscal federalism, the focus is only always on value-added tax. Okay. But it is something that actually transcends just one form of tax. So even with respect to stamp duties, there's an ongoing dispute between the federal government on the one hand and the state government. With respect to the levy that is imposed on electronic transfers of funds, whether issued when individuals are involved or unincorporated entities. Because, the Stamp Duties Act says that when you have an instrument or a transaction between a company and an individual, the stamp duties should go to the federal government. But if it is between two individuals or unincorporated entities, it should go to the state government. And there's a dispute now between the state government and the federal government as to where an electronic transfer of funds is made between two individuals or between an individual and an unincorporated entity. Who should take that revenue? So my view is that we need to sit down and think about how do we want to allocate responsibilities to the different tiers of government, and what allocation of revenue will be sufficient to enable each tier of government to discharge the duties that has been assigned to it. Until we have this conversation and decide on what is acceptable, we'll continue to have these issues. And finally, before I yield, just finally, Taiwo made a point that I thought was very important. If you try to unpack some of these disputes between the states and the federal government with respect to fiscal federalism, the issue really is not about collection. It's about distribution and entitlement. So states like Lagos are unhappy that a large chunk of VAT revenue comes from Lagos. But when it goes into a common pot and is being distributed, Lagos does not get what it thinks it is entitled to. So when you take out all the surrounding issues, you see that the dispute really goes down to what each state is entitled to and whether the distribution methodology that has been adopted is actually fair to everyone. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, my learned brother Silk. So much to be said within a very limited time. It's an excellent summary. I'm still going to come back to you so that we can get more mileage from your perspective. He underscored the practical nature of division of taxing power. And it's not just an abstract discussion of what do you have on the exclusive legislative list, on the concurrent. These are real issues, okay? There was a time when we had a very thin exclusive and concurrent legislative list. What accounted for how it became expanded? And how did Nigeria fare after that? We all live in different localities, especially the big girl and the big boys who are our panelists. In your locality, we know how resources for development of those localities are sourced. It's not sourced from any external places. In your gated communities, where the infrastructures are efficient and where you are also ready to put something down. So I'm going to come to Taiwo to share the perspective that I think we need as lawyers on how political solution will require a convergence of economic and legal approaches. No, I'm coming to the audience. So the intervention at this level will just be two minutes. Now, the hot debate about VAT led to a situation where we started thinking out of the box. And you made some very forward-looking, deep, thoughtful intervention at that time about equity and also about sustainability, even about autonomy. If you want to do it yourself, do it. If you want the federal government to do it, let the federal government do it. If a state wants Lagos to do it for them, they could invite Lagos State. If they even want foreign consultant, except I would say God forbid, because there is nothing in the tax space that we do not have resources to tackle in Nigeria. So in 2 minutes, Taiwo, what are the shifts that you can say were designable after that hot debate, that it was even hot in the hands of government?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. I'll try to do this in 2 minutes. I think first and foremost...
We can extend it by 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Because we really want to hear your perspective.
Thank you very much. So first and foremost, if you look at the Constitution today, you will not find VAT anywhere in that Constitution. In the 80s, 86, thereabouts, we had sales tax in a number of states. They struggled. They couldn't collect anything reasonable. The military decided, after a study group, that in 1993 we should introduce VAT, and they did. And they said, well, it's best to just collect it centrally because of the complications around input, output, international VAT, import VAT, interstate. And then they started collecting it centrally, right? And then in 1999, in quotes, they wrote the Constitution. 5 years after we've been implementing VAT, yet nobody remembered to put it somewhere. I think they forgot. It wasn't that they thought it was restricted. They just forgot about it. That has not been our greatest thing in Nigeria. So what that means, according to lawyers, is that VAT is a residual matter and it belongs to states. And I would argue that that's exactly what is being done now. The federal government, FRS, is collecting VAT for states. That's what they're doing now. So the debate is focusing on the wrong thing. The debate is focusing on who is collecting. It's not focusing on who owns it. State-owned VAT in Nigeria, the conversation should be, is 15% not too much? What are you collecting now? You are taking 15%. Maybe it should be 2. Maybe it should be 3. And then whatever is left after the cost of collection, is Lagos State getting its fair share? Is Kano getting its fair share? I can tell you authoritatively, nobody knows in Nigeria because nobody is interrogating it and there's no data. Lagos State will tell you we collect 60%, 50% of VAT. You know it is not true. And that's what I call headquarters effect when this topic was very heated in the public space. When I was a junior staff, we used to do VAT filing, and I've been practicing tax now, it's 21 years, so this is some time ago, right? We used to do VAT filing by branches. I used to go to Port Harcourt, from there we go to Abuja, we're going on to just file VAT returns. And we have many of our clients who the office they used to do procurement had plenty of input VAT. The office where they're doing sales has plenty of output VAT. FRS will say, well, just pay the output and come and file claim for input. Businesses were struggling. It didn't make sense. It took a long time to get Nigeria together with World Bank, everybody recommending to say, you know what? If MTN is in 36 states and their head office is in Lagos, let them just file returns in Lagos. And that's how we centralize filing of VAT. Such that today, somebody who is in Kano making a phone call, his VAT is being remitted by MTN to the Lagos office of FRS. And Lagos State will say, we collected the VAT. You collected which VAT? You did not. It just so happened that banks, telcos, all the big companies are headquartered in Lagos. So they submit their VAT returns nationwide in Lagos. Is Lagos getting its fair share? We don't know. We could have designed this thing differently so that when every taxpayer is submitting returns, they provide a schedule of where the activities happened so that we can use that formula to return the VAT to everybody based on what has been collected from their state. The only VAT we should be sharing should be interstate and international. That's what I think we should be talking about. Now, having said that, I need to say that, I just returned from Rwanda, actually, just yesterday. Spent 1 week with our revenue authorities and some people from Ministry of Finance. And I'm still amazed as I speak now. I've not recovered from that 1 week. That small, tiny country, you know that there are revenue authorities, and you can go online, just Google Rwanda revenue authorities. Rwanda revenue authorities, just give me 1 more minute, collect all taxes, all levies and fees, including when you want to do your vehicle fees, international passport, all agencies, money for the district is collected by the revenue authority in Rwanda. They say when they collect money for districts, it does not even hit the account. It goes straight to that district. Can you imagine that? But what happens is, to the person paying, life is good. Everything is seamless and data is available. They can tell you how much every district has collected. So I think Nigeria needs to move forward. We should not be stuck in the past. Let's find a solution that works for our country. And I think that solution is the one that looks at technology for collecting. It should be seamless. You shouldn't know who is collecting. People should not fly to Abuja to share revenue. It's an insult to our intelligence in 2022 that people fly to go and share money. Why are you flying? The money should just be credited to your account directly on a daily basis. You don't need end of the month. You don't need sharing. That's why Prof said it's feeding bottle federalism. It is the way we do it, and we can do it differently. Let's all work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can see that that convergence is now building. Okay, we are beginning to now see a light at the end of the tunnel. So Taiwo said it's a deception that states can actually operate VAT in Nigeria, and I agree with that. Because VAT has intrastate, interstate, and international dimension. So you need to ramp up the structure of the 3 levels to deliver an efficient VAT system. As a matter of fact, what we have in Nigeria now that we call VAT is actually not a VAT, because the significant feature of VAT is that it makes all suppliers collectors of taxes on behalf of government with incentive that they will collect their input VAT from what they collect on behalf of government. So if that system were to be in place in Nigeria, all the lawyers who do not have full understanding of VAT will actually want to know about how VAT works, more than Chuka, more than Lolade, or more than Taiwo, or myself, because there is something in it for you. Okay? So what we have is a glorified, modified sales tax. So that now takes me quickly to Lolade. In terms of the shift in the intervention of Taiwo, that is an insult to go to the federal to collect revenue every month. What is wrong if a state says, I want to do it myself? So from a lawyer's perspective, and also from the constitutional perspective, what is your view about? Is there anything really wrong in saying, I want to exercise my rights? So, and as soon as you finish, I come to my learned brother, Chukwuka. You spoke about the role of Lagos State in advancement of fiscal federalism issues, beginning from the urban regional planning case, also the licensing of hotels. So what new role or what new agenda would you like to set for states and also for Lagos State in this regard? Because this is where our branch is localized. So over to you, Lolade.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yes, there's nothing that stops a state from wanting to administer a VAT system. Be that as it may, VAT is a more complex tax than sales tax. The Aberagba case, for instance, had to do with sales tax, which is a more simplified tax than value-added tax. That said, however, it's still a consumption tax. And before the VAT controversy, before VAT was introduced, when we had sales tax, that system was running. States were able to collect sales tax on intrastate transactions, and federal collected on interstate and international transactions. And there's no reason why we cannot mirror that with VAT. However, there will be cost implications. For a state that wants to administer its own VAT system, it's not impossible, it's not constitutionally wrong, because right now, VAT is not on the exclusive legislative list. So until there's an amendment of the Constitution, from a legal perspective, there's nothing that stops a state government from wanting to collect its own VAT. Now, in doing that, the thinking out of the box that Prof mentioned is what state governments now need to take into consideration. As a state, if you're able to administer your own VAT collection system, so be it. You just bear in mind that there are costs to it and there are certain types of expertise that are required. If as a state you do not have that capacity, you can outsource that function to another body, either in another state or the federal, that have the capacity to help you administer a successful VAT system. It seems there's some unrest in the crowd. I think it's lunchtime or something.
So let the chairman know.
Please bear with us. Okay, so yes, so that's in response to that question, Prof, in relation to whether states can actually administer a VAT system. I would advocate that that would engender competition between states. I think it would give the states something to do in a way also that forces them to be more accountable.
Excellent. Thank you very much. My learned brother Silk, over to you. Let's give her a round of applause, please.
So, Prof, your question to me is what I think a state like Lagos can do in setting the agenda.
Exactly. Right. And you can also take some other things into the cart.
Okay.
So we will extend your time a little more because it's actually fulsome.
Okay.
So you can have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I think that a good starting point in answering this question is, it's been said that if you go to the Constitution, you're not going to see in either of the exclusive lists anything about VAT. While that is correct, I keep making reference to the Abiruagba case. Because if you accept the principle that was established by the Supreme Court in that case, which is that a level of government will be competent to impose tax on any subject over which it is competent to make a law, then it will follow that even if you do not have VAT expressly listed in either of the legislative lists, to the extent that the federal government can legislate over international commerce, for example, it will be competent to impose VAT on international commerce. So the argument that if you go to, and this was the error in my view, into which the Federal High Court judge, with the greatest respect in Port Harcourt, fell, the view that because VAT is not to be found in either the exclusive list or the legislative list makes it incompetent on the part of the federal government to levy VAT. That argument is simplistic as far as I'm concerned. Now, having said that, I did mention when I spoke earlier that for me, the issue is not about collection. And I think Taiwo also agrees with that view. It's not about collection. I think that the real grounds of some of the state governments is that they don't think they are getting enough. They are getting enough of the VAT revenue as is commensurate with what they think is being collected. Now, Taiwo has said something interesting, which is that we don't even have data as of today to determine what Lagos State, for example, is contributing to the VAT pool. So what I would like to see the Lagos State government do in terms of setting an agenda is actually to take on this responsibility of trying to, what can be done to make data available, because it's important. It is inequitable, it is unfair. If, for example, people in the northern part of the country, they don't drink alcohol, they don't permit the sale of alcohol, and it's happening elsewhere, and VAT is coming, I think it's unfair if in the distribution of the VAT revenue, you do not take into account what has been generated from a particular state. But to be able to do that, we need data, which is the point that Taiwo has made. So I would like to see states like the Lagos State government take the lead in actually putting in place whatever needs to be put in place to be able to generate this data, so that once we have this data, then we can make a more forceful argument about equitable distribution of VAT revenue.
Thank you very much. Excellent. States should take the lead. We now want to come to the wonderful audience and ask you to take the lead in this conversation. So what are your takes? What do you have to say about what has been said? Do you agree? Do you disagree? There's a gentleman there. I don't know whether you are a federalist or anti-federalist, but you have been raising your hands, and I know you are ready to bring the roof down if I don't recognize you. So please, can you do it in 2 minutes? Let's recognize 4 people. Yes, the lady there is that Mrs. Anima Shaun. Then 2 people from here, please. 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes?
2 minutes intervention. Yeah.
Well, I'm not...
What's your name, please?
My name is Obonnaya Abafo.
I'm not bringing the roof down anyway, but I just want to get clarified. Mr. Taiwo and my learned silk has confused me. They have confused me when they say that it does not, that the issue is not who collects, but who owns. And it seems to me to be confounding the issue because, for instance, if Lagos State were to collect all the VAT that they could collect here, obviously they would own it and they would deal with it as they wish. But if you collect the VAT, if the federal government collects the VAT and then gives them whatever it deems fit, that is the crux of the problem. And so if you allowed the states to collect VAT, they would obviously own it, and they would not collect from anywhere other than Lagos State or from Imo State or however, until all the states are dealt with. So it seems to me that I need more clarification as to why you say that who collects does not matter, but who owns.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ogbunaya. I was just joking about bringing the roof down. So the next person, please. Yes, Mrs. Annie Marshall.
Thank you very much. Tax is a very serious matter, and I don't think it's something that we can sit down to talk about. So I just want to make some contribution that for the way forward so that we can walk the talk. That there should be, except for Mr. Taiwo, I think all the members of the panelists are lawyers and also tax lawyers, if I may say. So I want to suggest that we have a collaboration between the Chartered Institute of Taxation and also MBA to discuss about these issues, some of the things that we have mentioned today, and see how we can reach out to the government. We have said that most of the problems we have has to do with our constitution. Who are the people that are making the constitution for us when the people that know they don't have a say in it? So we should try to be visible when it comes to that. And I also want to suggest, and thank God that Prof is here, that if land law can be made compulsory in the university, why not tax law? So, is it everybody that is interested in things in law? But we know that taxation is very, very vital. And is so, Prof, please, can you take this back to the university and reach out to all those people that can do something about it? And also want to suggest for the MBA that there should be a tax rights committee, just like we have human rights committee. We know that this taxation affects business and individual. And there is limited awareness. You are talking about collecting tax. How much of this tax go to government? We know individual. We know these people. A lot of people get rich, you know. When somebody is working at the tax office, you know that it's a rich man, just like somebody working in the bank. How do they get their money? They'll go to the companies and say, your tax liability is 100 million. But if you can bring, like, it had happened to me. I have to take my matter to Alausa to fight for my tax liability. But how many people have that opportunity? So I want the MBA to have a tax rights committee, just like we have human rights committee, to address and to help the poor people to fight injustice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next person, let's clap for her some more, please. Mr. Wahab Shitu, you have the floor, please.
Professor Abiola Stanley said, let me commend you for the way you have handled the proceedings and the panelists. My own intervention is to interrogate the important perspective that we take away here. The link between tax and development I think Ms. Lolly alluded to that. It is not so much who collects and who owns what is collected. I think the most important issue is how what is collected is spent. Is it spent to enhance the developmental process? Because unless tax is able to impact on development, it will have no useful purpose. So I think it is important for us to take the discourse further to see how tax is capable of influencing development and how those in charge of administering tax actually ensure that tax has the important role of development. And if we are to look at it from this perspective, then we should be able to look at the impact of corruption on tax collection and tax ownership itself. Because a lot of taxes, why are people reluctant to pay taxes? It is because sometimes they don't see how it translates into development. So I think the discourse should move away from who collects, who owns, to how actually what is collected is deployed for development. That would be my intervention.
Thank you very much. So let's take the last question, then we come for the parting shot of the panelists. Thank you very much, Mr. Shitu.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Panelists, moderator, and my colleagues. I just want to lend credence to, my name is Oluwatosin Aremu. I just want to lend credence to
what?
Aremu.
Okay.
I just want to lend credence to what was said on the VAT issue. Now, what I understand with tax is that you need to streamline or simplify the processes for a taxpayer. So I understand where Mr. Oyebode is coming from, that for VAT issue, it's not on what, who is collecting actually, it's who owns what. And I am aware that Mr. Oyebode, Oyedele, he speaks with most of these IRS people. In addressing the tax issue, in addressing the VAT issue, I believe focus should be made on the derivative, the 13% derivative. It should not just be restricted to the oil and gas or natural resources. It should also extend to other sectors where states generate more income. Now, for states that, for Lagos State that has a port and they generate a lot of income on VAT, and they are not monitoring it, of course their grievance is tenable. So what should be the focus is on derivative. I believe it can be taken out and include all sectors for host communities, let me use that word, that generate more income. They should have a 13% derivative. So that's my contribution to that. And then the second one, Mrs.
Osami Lolade.
Yes.
Yeah.
She spoke lightly on development and taxation. I've not heard anything on taxation and how it's meshed with development. And we as taxpayers, that is what we want to see. So the IRS people, they need to be involved in infrastructure. It's going to be killing businesses. The private sector would not be able to spur growth. So the IRS should be looking towards developing their state's infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. With that feedback, your parting shot. Please, not
so
more than 1 minute.
let me quickly respond to the questions. Right?
1 minute.
I think I might need more than
Maximum
that.
of 2.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
So the first question was, we should clarify what we mean by, let's just focus on who owns the tax and not who is collecting it. So the way to clarify that is, I'm saying that as of today, VAT goes to state and local government. They already collect it. Okay. It's their tax. Someone collects for them. My view, not being a lawyer, is that VAT is not imposed by federal government, even today. That VAT is imposed by the federation. The National Assembly is not the law-making body for the federal government. It is the law-making body for the federation. So they enacted the VAT law. They just asked FRS to collect it. It could have been banks collecting it. The reason why today your salary is paid to your bank and you don't complain is because your bank is collecting it on your behalf. It doesn't matter because it's still your money. The same way that the landlord will say, agent, you can collect my rent for me. In Rwanda that I said I just returned from yesterday, property tax is the tax of districts. But they have mapped the entire country. Every plot has a unique identification number, every plot in Rwanda. So when they open their system, they know the taxes they collect every 6 hours. When they open the system, they can see a building that has not paid the property tax. It will have a red flag on it. They will actually see the image of the building or the plot if it's an empty plot. Now, the advantage is, while a local government will know all the property in their location, that state will not know whether me, that I'm here in Lagos, I have property in Abuja. That system knows that other than paying property taxes in Lagos, you have rents. So the advantage is unbelievable when we centralize tax collection and using technology, it goes to everybody directly without any problems. So having said that, the other one, second question, Prof, if you allow me, is what is the way forward? Should we collaborate with CIT? I don't think it's a collaboration between professional bodies. I think it's a bigger conversation with the policymakers, and particularly governors and the National Assembly and the federal government. Can we interrogate the link between tax and development? I love that question, actually. That conversation is missing in Nigeria to a very large extent. Even if it's 1 naira you are collecting, what are you using it for? Can we see it? Somebody will build 2 roads and say we should come and clap as if they are spending their money. In fact, you need to listen to governors in Nigeria. The language is, I want to build. It's very annoying, I have to be honest with you. Extremely annoying. You spend 1 billion naira to do the work of 200 million naira. You want us to clap for you. You've stolen 80% of the money from source. We have to have this conversation as a people, and I think those of us in this room have a responsibility to, on behalf of our people, majority of who don't know what we are talking about, to ask these questions. And finally, Prof, I know your bell is ringing. So they need to simplify the process of collection. So my view is that this constitutional amendment we're doing, we should go there and write VAT under concurrent list. It's the tax of the states, period. But when we finish writing it there, we should find a way, either in the constitution or elsewhere, to say this tax must be centrally collected using data of every commercial activity happening in Lagos, so that if that money is 200 billion, the entire 200 billion should be given to Lagos State, less cost of collection. Give everybody their tax, but collect it centrally because that is what is good for business. Let us not kill. Look at the VAT law passed by both Lagos State and Rivers State. It's shameful because it shows that they don't even understand VAT. They've gone back behind 1993, far behind 1993. They're taking us like 50 years back. We can't do that now, and we cannot afford it. We can go forward together in a way that pleases everyone, and more importantly, is good for the country. You know, someone said, I think it was, the lady that asked the question.
Really,
yes, I know, Prof.
Unless I'm going to tax you.
Yes, don't worry, I'll pay the tax. I'll pay the tax. Because she made the point about the fact that I speak to these people, and I admit that I speak to them. I speak to all of them. And I can tell you, as soon as that debate about VAT happened, I got a call. And the call was one of the states. And they said, can you help us set up VAT system? I said, we have not even finished answering the question. We want to set up a VAT collection system. When we look behind what they wanted to set up, it was commissioned for someone. So this one of states will collect, they'll become more efficient. They will not become more efficient. Personal income tax is the highest revenue yielding head in the world. Nigeria has never collected 1 trillion. South Africa collected 14 trillion last year. They are 1/3 of our population. They have high unemployment rate. So what are we talking about? Property tax they are not collecting in my house. Every single time they give me land use charge, I pay. In the past 10 years, how many times have they sent it? 2 times. Is that the fault of the federal government? Let's say it the way it is. Every level of government here in Nigeria is failing, and they have to sit up, and we have to make them sit up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your party short, Lola, then.
Thank you very much. I just want to touch
1
on,
minute, please.
Yes. Touch on the practical steps by which we can see tax impact on development. So I'll simplify it by saying that take something like, so in the tax, it's primarily through tax law, because tax law is what is used to implement tax policy. And tax policy is part of fiscal policy. So money, how is money to be made and how is it to be spent? What do we want to spend money on? We have a huge infrastructural deficit in the country across all the states, for instance. Now, if federal is in charge of companies' income tax, you have the Companies Income Tax Act. What do we have in that law, in that piece of legislation? We have different things. Apart from the tax itself, we have what we call allowances. We have tax credits. So for instance, there was an infrastructure development tax credit that was introduced. What is that? Simply put, that means that as an owner of a business, if I spend money to develop the road, right, a road, or I build a bridge, the money that I spent on developing that infrastructure, I'll be entitled to a tax credit. That's why you can see that Dangote is building roads. He's not doing it for free. He's going to be entitled to tax credit, which ultimately will minimize his taxable profit. So that is how to use tax as a tool to influence where we want to see development and the things we want to discourage within society. So take something like consumption tax. You can use consumption tax, for instance, you can focus on luxury goods for an income, for you to divert income from the very high class to middle class, going to lower class. So those are different ways by which you can. But to talk about role of lawyers now, how do we get involved? It's through policy advocacy. Through policy advocacy, do what we know to do best. Speak out, but speak out strategically. Now, how do we get our voice to be heard? Recently, and I want to honestly commend the current president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Olu Akpata, because I think he's doing a fantastic job. One of the things that he has done for the first time, myself and another legal colleague were in Abuja a couple of weeks, going to 3 weeks ago, participating in a conversation with the Law Reform Commission on the reform of the Personal Income Tax Act. Myself and my learned colleague that were at that meeting, we were shocked to see how these things are handled, because ultimately, when we lawyers, when we begin to see those laws in print, right, gazetted, it's too late. That's not when we get involved. We're supposed to get involved before those things become the letter of the law. So that was an opportunity for us to get up and speak up in that forum to divert their attention to certain things that need to be taken into consideration as we reform the personal income tax law. So we need to get more involved in law reforms, tax law reforms specifically. We need to get more involved in the debates that happen in the National Assembly. It was during the campaign by Mr. Olu Akpata that we even got to know that there's actually an office, a physical office in the National Assembly in Abuja that is designated to the Nigerian Bar Association. So we are supposed to be privy to debates that happen in the parliament, but I don't know how much of that we've done as a professional body. So as lawyers, if we're going to see tax impact on development, because when it comes to development, it doesn't matter what your profession is. You and I need to pay school fees for our children, right? So we need to get more involved in tax policy advocacy. Thank you.
Excellent. I really lost control in managing time because I'm biased. I'm biased in favor of all the panelists. So my learned brothers say, can we have your... So you need to help me in time management by doing it the way lawyers do it. In brief, 1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my parting shot is going to be on the relationship between tax and development, which the last two speakers raised. And I agree with everything that has been said, but I want to say something slightly different. You see, the relationship between tax and development is an interesting one. It's like the chicken and egg situation, right? Citizens will say that they don't want to pay tax until they see development. Government will say, you need to pay tax for us to be able to give you development. But I think that the peculiarity of our situation in Nigeria is that many of us, if I take a census of the people in this room, I would not be surprised if more than 90% of us either do not pay any tax at all or pay much less than we're supposed to be paying. And because of that, we do not hold government accountable. Let me tell you, there's something payment of tax does to you. If you earn 500,000 naira a month and the government collects 200,000 or 150, you wake up to your responsibilities as far as holding government accountable is concerned. Because many of us do not pay taxes, we do not pay attention to what the government is doing. So if we want to see development, first we need to pay tax. And after we've paid tax, we need to hold government accountable. That will be my contribution.
Excellent. Thank you very much for landing it on the side of accountability. Because without accountability, your budget will be getting bigger and there won't be value for money. So ladies and gentlemen, you've been such a wonderful audience. I thank all of you for this conversation, which we have just started. I want to thank in particular Ogbonaya, Mrs. Anima Shan, who came with bags of recommendation, and I share your view that lawyers need to get involved. You see, the harvest is so large, but there are few of us. You can count lawyers who are knowledgeable, who are students of taxation on your fingers, and we need more. And my hope and my expectation is that we have been able to ignite the interest of somebody in this area. If you need materials on all this discourse, I will be willing to give them to you. Okay? There is one important recommendation that I want us to take on board. Whether you title your topic around taxation or not, issues of taxation will always crop up because that is the soul of development. So I want us to think about the recommendation that there should be a linkage or a collaboration or cooperation between the tax practitioner and the MBA. I think we can have a session on taxation, development, and accountability. This is the way that we can reset. There are new things that lawyers need to know. There are new things that tax practitioners need to know. And ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I thank you for being such a powerful audience. Thank you very much. Help me clap for this excellent panel, for the wonderful job that you have done.
Thank you very much, panelists. You have done justice to that topic. Please, you may wait for a group photograph. Executive of the branch and members of the Law Planning Committee, please file up on the podium for a group photograph with the panel. The panelists, you may remove the mic. Okay, thank you. What a very insightful panel, very interesting. In fact, I didn't want to miss any bit of it. It was indeed a taxable, it was indeed a taxable panel and a taxable section. Thank you so much, Prof, for coordinating this wonderful section. Okay, without much ado, we are going to the last section for today, the fourth panel. And this panel will be engaging on upskilling lawyers for contemporary practice. And to moderate this section is no other person than our very own Professor Koinsola Ajayi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause for him. Also in this panel is Professor Ernest Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, partner Ojukwu, Fatau, and Yusuf. You're welcome, sir. All the way from Abuja, please give him a round of applause again. It's not easy out of his busy schedule to come all the way from the capital city to be with us today. Thank you very much, sir. Also, to do justice to this topic this afternoon is Mr. Sylvester Elema, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Principal Partner, Usman and Elema. A round of applause, sir. And also to do justice to this topic of skilling lawyers for contemporary practice is Mr. Tobenna Erojikwe. Tobenna Erojikwe is the Chairman Board of MBA ICLE and also a partner in the Law Crest LLP. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, Prof, you have 1 hour to do justice to this topic. We trust this panel. Mere looking at the calibers of the panelists, we have no doubt that we are in to learn new things and be impacted. So you have 1 hour for this section, 45 minutes for the discussion, and 15 minutes for the question and answers. And as they say in game, or ultimate search, your time starts now, Prof. With all due respect, let us say an erudite professor. Thank you, sir.
Hello, okay, a bit loud. Can you turn down the volume, please? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure having just listened to the distinguished panel that looked at tax, they set a good stage because they ended on the note of accountability. So they set a good stage for what comes next within the context of the theme of this conference, which is about deepening democracy, legal order, and shaping the future. And so, before us today is a distinguished panel of outstanding lawyers that will talk about the shape of the future. And that is what this is really all about. It's about people in the law school, people in universities, and those that are not even there yet, but are looking to become members of the legal profession. So this is about our future. This is about the people that will shape what all of us would enjoy in the years to come. And so to do justice, they've been introduced to you already. And so what we'll do this, in the little time we have, is to look at this, rather very important issue of the upscaling of the skills of lawyers and for contemporary practice. The organizers of this conference and those that drafted the program that focuses on this tell us by definition that our legal practice is not contemporary, and secondly, that our legal practice doesn't look at the future. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about upscaling for contemporary legal practice. So I think the first thing maybe the panel will be looking at is the state of legal practice, because it's useful to know what the problem is that we intend to look at, for them to help us to understand the shape of our legal practices. So I'm going to ask any member of the panel to please open the floor and talk about, the landscape just in 5 minutes, and then we begin to look at continuing legal education. We will look at the relevance of the law school. We'll look at internships and training and the kind of skills that lawyers should have, and not just for commercial legal practice. The type of skills that lawyers should have, whether you are working in a ministry, or you are working in government, or you're working in the private sector, or you are just a barrister, or you are just generally a solicitor. So the floor is open. Anyone can open the floor.
Anyway, I'm a young lawyer, so.
You want me to open it?
Is it working?
You want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. It's a great opportunity to be here to speak on an issue and a topic that I'm very passionate about. So what is the landscape like? What does the ecosystem look like? Well, to understand the ecosystem, you have to look at Professor Ajayi first. He founded one of the largest law firms today in Nigeria. But again, there has to be a basis for comparison. So I reckon he had about 100 lawyers in his firm. But then compared to practices in other parts of the world who would stand in the same position as himself, you'd find that they have about 1,000, 2,000 lawyers. So that gives you a picture of where we are in Nigeria comparative to the more advanced countries. And then more importantly, about 67% of lawyers in Nigeria are 10 years post-call and below. And if you have Dr. Ajayi or Professor Ajayi with about 100 lawyers, and you don't have up to 10 practices in Nigeria that have 100 lawyers, you begin to think about capacity for training. So you find that a lot of lawyers in Nigeria, the majority, are either not employed or they are underemployed. There are no real training opportunities, the type that should make us very competitive. And further still, there's a conversation around the level of capacity that Nigerian lawyers have. So you have this huge incursion in the Nigerian legal market by lawyers in America and in the United Kingdom. And we try to analyze it to understand what the issues are. But if you go into areas like finance, financial technology, even more regular kinds of areas like IP, you find that you have a lot of activity by foreign lawyers in Nigeria. And the bulk of money, especially patronized by our governments, goes outside the shores of this country. And the people who should patronize our services generally do not think that we have the skills required to play in the market. So what it then means is that I think that there's an argument as to whether or not you have too many lawyers in Nigeria. Well, I don't think that you have too many lawyers in Nigeria. I just think that we graduate too many lawyers for our ecosystem, that our ecosystem can carry effectively, and that we're not as competitive as we could perhaps be as a result of that. And I'm sure that in the course of the conversation today, we'll look at things like funding, we'll look at things like, strategy and ideology. Okay. But for me, at the end of it is, there are too many talk shops. The president of the MBA has just convoked a summit, a legal education summit, which starts on the 28th of March till the 30th or 31st of March, just to put some context into legal education policy in Nigeria. And I think it's an idea that its time has come. But the truth of the matter is, with competing interests from the Council of Legal Education, NUC, the MBA, lack of coordination and all that, one begins to think whether we are actually poised to take things to where they should get to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that kind of sets the stage. And I think to put this in better context and to assist us as legal practitioners and as lawyers is to look at the market. So I'm sure we all know of Flutterwave. Nearly everybody in this room, if not everybody in this room, would use Flutterwave. And Flutterwave is 6.5 years old. The oldest person there is not 40 years. And this company is valued at $3 billion. Better value than any bank. Now, legal practice in Nigeria, before now, in the 60s up to the 70s, had some of the biggest employers of labor in the country. And the law firms were bigger than the accounting firms. And my brother spoke about law firms that have 1,000 lawyers. We have accountants that have 1,000 lawyers. Now, you cannot speak of law firms that have even 200 lawyers. And so the question is, a Flutterwave that is valued at $3 billion, a Dangote refinery that is valued at $20 billion, how does it use you? How would you be relevant to them? And we need to begin to look at these things and to look at our legal education. So to take us forward on this, I'm going to ask Professor Ojukwu a pointed question. Should we abolish the law school?
Should we have what?
Abolish the law school.
Okay. Can I have those pictures up? Can I have the pictures up? Maybe that will be the point from where we'll discuss abolishing the law school. I'm sure that's former Oshodi. I don't know whether some of us ever met Oshodi this way. Yeah. Next one. That's law school campus in Enugu when I was there. A hall that was supposed to seat 700 and something students, but we're 870. Yeah, next one. That's law school campus, one of the campuses too. These are lecture times. Next one. Good. Stop there for a second. Right. By 2012, law school had 6 campuses, but 4 were functional, 5, but 1 just started in Bayelsa. And these campuses were Lagos, Abuja, Enugu, and Kano. Abuja was about 1,500, Lagos 1,002, Kano 600 and something, Enugu 800 and something. And all our lectures go back to that Oshodi. That's how our lectures. I was looking for the Abuja campus shot. I couldn't find it. That's when you come into the hall, into the stadium. That's the first thing you see, just a stadium. And right now, they have moved from that 1,005 to 1,008 in Buhari, and 1,007 in Lagos here, and 1,002 in Enugu, and 1,000 in Kano. That's how it spread. And the lecture is in that hall for the place you say people should learn how to practice. So that's the starting point. Now, I took the last picture. I forced my DG then to go to do a tour of England with me. The one before now. The shot before now, right? We had a College of Law in England and Wales. They have now called themselves University of Law. They have changed to University. Now, the College of Law in England and Wales was running just like the law school, professional training for barristers and solicitors. And they had 4 campuses, as we had 4 then, or 5. They had about 5,000 students. We had about 4,000 students. We had about 4,000 or 5,000 students. In one campus of theirs, they had 800 and something students. In my campus, I had 870 students. Now, but in their class, the solicitors class only sat 20 people for any lesson. I showed you my picture. The 870 people were in the 700 something class. And the 1,005 were in Buare's class, 1,002 in Lagos class. Here, the difference was that while my lecture on a Tuesday, which was 4 hours lecture, civil litigation, went on in that hall for 800 and something students. At the College of Law in England and Wales, on the same Tuesday, because I fixed the timetable like them, on the same Tuesday, they had civil litigation going on for 4 hours at the same Tuesday time, but they had 40 classes going on at the same time, 40. And I sat down in the class, I dragged my DG, was moving from class to class, to sit down in the class of solicitors being trained with 20 people, and advocates, 12. They had the same population like us, but we had 1,500 in Abuare taking a lecture. So maybe I won't answer that question. I will allow others to discuss, then we can follow up.
Well, so, Prof,
yeah.
you haven't answered the question, but he has shown us the picture.
Okay, I can.
Sorry, Prof, no,
yes,
just,
okay,
he has shown us a picture. And I honestly, to be honest, I hadn't seen Prof before now, unfortunately. And I'm sure people would think we had, rehearsed this.
Because he's owing me, I think that's fine.
But so I still like Prof to come back to this. So the question is this: what kind of lawyers are you going to employ? What kind of people will be your colleagues that go through not this class, but that class?
Give us Oshodi.
And what is Prof going to teach to impart knowledge on people that are learning in these conditions? And so these are important questions when we're talking of contemporary legal practice. Because, we will talk about the courses they will take. We will tell you they should do technology, cross-tech, and IP. But they're still going to take it in this class. And the question is, what are they going to produce? And so taking this forward, Prof, what can we do?
Well, it's a dangerous question. But thank God I left the law school. That's why I told you I'm a young lawyer. I've just been in practice for the past 7 years, and your definition of young lawyer is 7 years. And that's why I'm a young lawyer. Now, law school is a public institution. And with all the efforts, and a lot of effort has been made in the law school, I can assure you. The first time we had a curriculum for law school in Nigeria was 2007, 2008. We didn't have a curriculum before then. All the people who got trained in law school from 1962 to that 2007 made up coursework as the teachers were developing. They didn't have a curriculum, but the curriculum has been designed. The curriculum is one of the most modern curriculums in the world, comparatively with any law school anywhere in the world. It integrates skills and knowledge and values. It focuses on competence and so on and so forth. Now, it's how to translate that in this environment that is the issue. There's nothing you will do with curriculum or teaching method or the transformation or born again of the teachers that will make a change with people in a stadium learning how to practice. It's not possible. And I've made this point for more than 20 years.
So,
now,
Prof,
the next thing to do is, because people want to say, why do we have to have many law schools? The reality is that the federal government will not fund the law schools development anymore. It's stuck. There's no amount of advocacy that will be done to change this, to build 40 classrooms instead of stadiums called theaters in the places. There's nothing you can do. If I give you the statistics, I gave the law school, I gave everybody statistics at that time, to change to this College of Law style, which is the only way to train professionals and vocational learning, you must have not less than 60 teachers full-time in each campus. At least 30 full-time, the others could be adjunct. You must have minimum, in some campuses, 80-something. It's not going to be possible. Therefore, and that's one of the reasons why I asked for starting, because if you say abolish, you will have problem. I start with the word deregulate. It was created by us. It's not the same meaning in the dictionary. Deregulate the law school so that private persons can train people and they be presented for the bar exams. Set up a council of legal education distinct from the law school. Right now, there's no distinction between council of education and the law school. In fact, the meaning of council of legal education is Director General, Nigerian Law School. That's the meaning of, and I told my colleagues, even my former colleague, I said, you are the council. He didn't see it until, and so if you do that, distinguish council from law school, let the council be the curriculum developer and examiner for everybody that wants to take a bar exams. Okay. Then slowly we can move into abolition, but it's not going to be possible.
Thank you, Prof. I think we've exhausted the law school, and he's left it open as to whether it should be abolished later on, or whether it should be privatized, and other things could be done. But while Prof was speaking, another distinguished professor came in, Professor Ayodele Asenua, a professor of public law and Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos. Without much ado, Prof, welcome. And just stepping forward and just trying to make sure that this is relevant to us and we're not just talking, and I'm sure we can see the importance of what Prof has said to what you do, because it determines whether you're going to have capacity as a law firm or as a legal department or whatever. So taking this further, is the question of those of us in this room. What is it that we're going to do to get better? What is it that we're going to do that our practices will be better run? Now, there are law firms that make a lot of money, but that are not institutions. Should our law firms become institutions? Or is it okay for the law firms to die with the founder? Should we look at law firms that reward people that are not lawyers that work within the firm to make sure that it works? So I'd like us, to look at this. I like Mr. Elema, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to talk about what we can do about our practice to make them better. And I'd like my brother, Erojikwe, to speak about how we can be better trained, and then I'll come back to Prof. Yes, sir. Can we...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Prof, you were talking about how to make legal practice better, isn't it? Okay. Yes, I will take it from the earlier contribution of my learned colleague, who spoke about capacity, the capacities of law firms in Nigeria, gave example of your own lofty practice where there are over 100 lawyers compared to the majority of us in a situation where over almost 70% of lawyers are 10 years and below. I would say, as an employer of lawyers also, that one of the problems that strikes at the root of development in law practice is also the attitude of the younger colleagues today who are more interested in how much they can make immediately than what and how to learn and become well-grounded in legal practice before venturing out. If we focus more on developing ourselves, digging into the legal practice, the procedure, and so on, and also bonding together to establish law firms, partnerships, that will help a lot. But what we find today is that the younger ones want to go faster than they should. They want to venture out, and when they venture out, they form a one-man practice, and they don't try to partner with other young ones. I believe that if the mentality changes, where we are looking at capacity building, the younger ones should come together. It's actually better when you band together as a group. You share costs, the office infrastructure and all that, they become easier to manage, and the initial teething problems of legal practice are better managed when you share these problems. That would be my initial contribution.
Thank you, sir. Just before we go to legal, continuing legal education, I am sure there are people in the audience that will probably disagree with the panel. But I think the point that is made is that we should look more at how we form partnerships and we build institutions. And there was a talk about shared costs. But then I guess people would say, well, the future of work is to work from home, and therefore that shared services and the cost of that have come down. I guess the young would say that they are no different from their contemporaries in the country. And the fact that they are in a hurry and irreverent doesn't necessarily mean that they are not ambitious in forming large institutions. They may point to a flutter wave or a pay stack as small institutions that grew very quickly. But I think some of the things that we need to interrogate ourselves in our practices will be the skills that we take on. Beyond continuing legal education, as lawyers, would you train, and my colleague will speak about that shortly, would you learn accounting or finance for non-finance lawyers? Would you consider as important employing a marketing manager, a branding manager? Would you consider as important employing an HR manager, a human resource manager? Would you have in your employment a psychologist or a coach? Would you consider employing a strategist, or would you consider employing an analyst? Now, these are some of the things that all the people have utilized to grow their practice, and these are some of the things that I think we need to begin to think about when we're looking at upskilling. But I'm going to hand over to my colleague now to speak about, broadly about continuing legal education, maybe including training on some of the things I mentioned.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I'll just say that the questions you have asked are sort of interrelated. But just to make a quick point, that looking at that, those Molue bosses, and I think what they showed the picture that Prof put on screen, I must really congratulate Nigerian lawyers, especially the young ones who are coming out of this system. Because I have a lot of colleagues who've gone on to Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, wherever, and they're posting distinctions over there. How anybody from that mess can go abroad and do so well is unimaginable. So I think Nigerians are really resilient people and very intelligent. So lawyers, you need to clap for yourselves. So, and now just going on to continuing legal education. I mean, I think in 2014, I think that was the last time before last year that the MBA empaneled the board of the Institute of Continuing Legal Education. And I must commend Professor Juku for the brilliant work that he and others did to set up the Institute of Continuing Legal Education. When I read through, I think it was when the current president of MBA was contesting for the presidency, and we're looking at different policy documents that the MBA had, and I was particularly interested in looking at the manuals that regulate continuing legal education. And I was amazed at the level of work that had gone into it. I was amazed at the level of thinking that had gone in. And I said, what the hell is wrong with us? Why are we where we are? Why is it that, I mean, I practiced in England for a long time, came back to Nigeria, never heard about continuing legal education. Never heard anything about it. So now where are we? We're in a situation where the RPC 2007, parts of it are purportedly deleted from the rules by the Attorney General of the Federation. The MBA is in court at the moment over that. And significantly, the part that relates to mandatory continuing legal education, it was deleted too. So, but the approach that we have today is that you can't move forward in the contemporary world without continuously upscaling, continuously participating in continuing professional development activity. I mean, in England today, you don't even, so 5-6 years ago, you needed like 18 points CPD to get your license to practice every year. Now you have what you call a self-assessment. So you actually have to certify that I am able to practice in this area of law. And these are the people who taught us what we know. These are the people we inherited our system from. And they find it important, as good as they are with what they do, that there should be mandatory continuing legal education. And here in Nigeria, we play with it. Now, coming to the attitude that the Institute of Continuing Legal Education has today, I discussed this with Prof before. As much as I'm a huge advocate of mandatory continuing legal education, I think more in terms of whether the Nigerian lawyer understands the connection between capacity and prosperity. Now, because if you understand the connection between capacity and prosperity, nobody should tell you to equip yourself for practice and for true service delivery, which is what we do as lawyers. So, and what have we adopted? We've adopted an approach that says you have to make training and continuing professional development activity accessible, available, and affordable. Because whether we like it or not, everything we've talked about here goes down to finance and funding, even the law schools, you know? So what we are doing at the moment is putting our money where our mouth is. So we've done in the past 1 year about 52 sessions of free trainings on contemporary areas. And I'm happy to say that today we're working on a collaboration with McDermott Will and Emery, and Oladiwaja is actually part of that initiative, just to train our Nigerian lawyers on fintech. Because we look at areas where we don't have capacity, or even where we have capacity, how do we scale it up? And interestingly, the level of appetite and enthusiasm we've seen from the Nigerian lawyer as far as continuing professional development is concerned, it's phenomenal. So, for instance, between March last year and this year, we've had 21,565 people participating in at least one training session. That's phenomenal. No MBA election has had that number. So when we did a training on civil litigation, I remember the president saying to me, civil litigation, but we had 7,560-something people participating in that also. So the Nigerian law, I think, is aware and conscious of the benefits of really scaling up. But we just need to take it to the grassroots. I mean, when I look at sometimes the statistics and I see that 99 out of 125 branches in Nigeria participated in the training, that's huge. But there's a lot to be done in terms of sensitization.
there's a lot to be done in terms of awareness. We are moving toward the African Free Trade Agreement. Nobody knows what it portends, but we think that there are opportunities there for us. I mean, the thinking is that Nigeria is doing very well in terms of practice, that we're only competing with South Africa. But truly, with the talent we have, with the energy that we have, shouldn't we be competing with the United Kingdom or United States and repelling the interest that they have in our legal practice in Nigeria? So, yeah, in the coming weeks, we're going to have a training on law office development and management, which has to do with some of the issues you just raised earlier on, just to understand the things that make you, that are able to allow you to build a structured legal practice. Because even when we talk about institutionalization, partnerships and all of that, I say that's not a big deal for me. The big deal for me is that a guy that enters into my office knows what the deal is. How do I move from point A to point B? Is there an organization here? Because it has to be an organization. It's from organizations that you talk about institutions. So really, just to conclude, and that's why when I opened, I talked about firms that had the capacity to train people. Because training is a big issue. I mean, it's not just a question of size. It's a question of the resource in the trainer. So we will have to address whether the university law school education is adequate for training lawyers, or whether we have to think about pupillage. And indeed, even when we get to pupillage or training contracts as you have in England, because I know that the people I worked with who were young lawyers in England, when they came in, I didn't expect anything from them. But by the time they did their 3 seats over a course of 2 years, I knew that they could actually get into practice and start practice. And even before that, the guy doesn't go to start up his own business. He's allowed a 3-year supervisory period before he gets into it. So that's my contribution on this.
Thank you very much. I think that's deep. And going by what you said, something occurs to me. The consistency of our courts, of our appellate courts, in being absolutely inconsistent. And Prof laughs, and I'm going to turn the microphone to her because it's her fault that they are consistently inconsistent. And so, Prof, I'd like you to tell us what you and your colleagues are doing, because if you take everything, my colleagues to the left have said, and you have a better law school, you have better law practices, we'll all end up in the courts. And if the courts are consistently inconsistent and their judgments defy logic, you begin to wonder what is contemporary practice. Before, Prof, we used to get journals from you, which courts that the Supreme Court will rely upon in coming to judgment, especially when it comes to a novel point. But we're not hearing anything from you again, Prof. So, Prof, can you speak to us about how the institution you represent, which is the university, and is the citadel for research, will continue to be relevant in the quest for deepening our democracy and the rule of law by ensuring we have upskilled lawyers. How would we as lawyers contribute to the journals that you write? So, Prof, can you speak to us about these things? Okay. And you tell us why we should not, blame everything on you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me apologize that I came in late, and also for my croaky voice. I have been sharing UNILAG on. We have the National University Games on, and UNILAG is hosting. So I think that explains why I've completely lost my voice. But I'll try all the same. Upskilling lawyers, how do you upskill lawyers in the context of, we used to think that law was about precedents, but it looks like what we have is disconnect. Yes, you could say it's both our fault, and at the same time, it's not our fault. We equip legal scholars with skills to follow the law, and at the same time, recreate the law when there is a just need for it. And that's why lawyers are able to look and make the exceptions that allow us to do justice from case to case. But we didn't anticipate, and we do not anticipate as we teach, that that skill is going to be manipulated and exploited, not in the service of justice, not in the service of consistency. And there are ethical issues, and it also takes me to, should we wait until we get to the law school before we teach ethical issues? Most students come into the law faculty pretty, would I say, expectant, hopeful, believing that they're going to use the law to do justice. And all too often, so many things happen in the course of their 4 or 5 year stay that by the time they're leaving, they have learned the other things, and they see law just as a way of making money howsoever it works. Now, as to the issue of what we do in terms of contributing to legal knowledge, we do contribute to legal knowledge. We do continue to produce those articles. We do publish journals. We do publish the journals. Yes, not all universities are able to publish the journals regularly, but we do. And, but the issue, and which is something that I have consistently fought for, is that it's better for us to publish locally and in what we call the periodicals. Because when you have the periodicals, you know that consistently this journal will come out, this is its periodicity, and then you can look into it for information. Too many of our colleagues have gone into publishing internationally, which means that the resources all too often are not available locally. Too many of our colleagues have gone into publishing more in terms of books, and fortunately so many universities are also standing up against that, the many essays in honor of, and what that means is that except you bump into the book on someone's table, you don't even know it exists, yet it has quite a lot. But I dare say that in spite of all these areas where you could hold us complicit, I would also say that we also find ourselves victimized by the expectations of the legal community. And I can tell you, and I have consistently said it, my students start from year 1 with an eye on the law firms they want to get to. And all they do is organize themselves in that direction. I have had course when I was dean to actually come up with some rules that were designed to compel students to stay and listen to what we have to offer. I have had students who had tried to organize placements for themselves in law school, in law firms, even during the session. Because as far as they're concerned, that's more important than what we have to offer. And that's because they seemingly get the signal that everything we teach them is irrelevant. And so their feeling is, look, what you're teaching me is not what we need, and that's not what the people out there are saying. And so we find that we're sending inconsistent messages. But that said, I think there are areas that I quite agree with my colleague that the problem we're trying to disentangle or untangle is pretty complex. Pretty complex. And I think we really need to disaggregate, so that, in such a way that we're able to respond. For those of us on this side of the divide, we probably don't understand what the challenges of legal education is for some other people. We take legal education and the legal profession a bit for granted because we're past understanding how it is possible that for some people, that is the first lawyer in their family, and they will do anything to get that. So when we talk about proliferation, when we talk about large classes and all of those things, my children probably don't want to study law because they are tired of seeing uncle so and until so. But there are enough people that for them, that is achievement. And that's why you continue to have the pressure in terms of just give us more law schools, just give us more law faculties, just give us more law schools, just give us the opportunities. Now, as they come in, it's also extremely challenging for them to meet the requirements of very expensive legal education. And let me just give an example. So after COVID, when we resumed, we went to online, virtual classes, but I had students who did not even have Android phones. They didn't have Android phones. I had to fundraise to buy Android phones for them. As a result of what we saw, the University of Lagos actually, 2 convocations ago, made a call out for support for indigent students. And we were able to get some things from Dr. Jim Ovia, and so we're able to give laptops to indigent students. We also, talk about upskilling, talk about giving electronic skills, to support research, to support engagement, for somebody to be able to produce, even if it's just a proposal that is well put together, presentable, and everything requires some graphic skills, but they actually require those skills. And those skills that we take for granted are skills that for some people, it is a hurdle to get the resources that they need to get there. But what we've consistently tried to do, at least that I cannot say that for all institutions, but is to create those opportunities, calling them co-curricular. And so we would have not just the moot court, we would have the rhetorics club, we will get the students organize these initiatives, and then out of a busy schedule, we will give them the opportunity to do all of those things. What we're working towards is reducing, I keep saying, we don't have to teach every course over 2 semesters. We can teach over 1 semester so we can free up the second semester, to allow students to do more hands-on things and get them placed. But that requires, of course, a complete change in our curriculum. I think I overheard Professor Juku Ernest discussing around that when I was coming in. The curriculum needs a significant overhaul. Also because we have learnt lessons. What happened for us is that we started legal education for us who designed that curriculum when we were doing sessionals. When we broke into semester, all we just did was divide one long curriculum into 2. And we think we must still continue to teach everything. No, we don't need to. And we are working towards that. We're hoping that by next year, for example, we can have the Senate approve that we don't need to teach maybe criminal law for all of 2 semesters, because the core of the principles are enough to teach in maybe 1 semester and maybe another 2-unit course. We have too much. Maybe we also need to get the NUC as well as the Council of Legal Education, get their knees off our necks, so that we have flexibility.
I think that's a very good point, to take this, and you spoke of the Council of Legal Education. That's a big discussion that we have to have. You should blame Chief Gadzama here.
Yeah.
Right? So he's always in court, and he doesn't cite your articles. So if he begins to cite your articles, they'll write better judgment. So hold him responsible. He's always in court, but he doesn't cite your articles. Day is far gone. We've done 46 minutes rather than 45. So the last 15 minutes, that's supposed to be question and answer. Question and answer. Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, my colleagues and madam. Thank you very much. Right, so who organizes the questions? Are there any questions for the panel? Yes, madam. The lady in green.
university doing to ensure that emerging areas of law are being taught in the universities? So traditionally, in the law school we have civil law, criminal law, while at the undergraduate level we have the regular criminal law, tax law, but then we are having emerging areas of law now. We are having sports, we are having entertainment law, sports law, but we see that those are not, they are not being incorporated into the syllabus in schools. So what are we doing to ensure that that is changed? Then my comment really is to, my second comment is to Mr. Sylvester Elema. I don't know if I pronounced it. S-A-N, sir. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. Talking about young lawyers that are more interested in money than learning. This is Lagos, sir. I just have to mention that. And unfortunately, law is that profession where a lot of us coming in, you think, oh, I'm going to come out of law school and I'm going to make lots of money. And then you get to certain parts of Lagos, Ikeja to be specific, where they are paying you 30,000 naira a month, and sometimes they pay instrumentally. They won't even pay you in full. That's not my personal experience, but I know lawyers that have gone through terrible experiences where law firms are not paying properly. Now, yes, the NBA has done a lot to ensure that we are learning, the CLP, but then how do I upskill if I'm not even being paid properly? You want me to come over to, I'm working on the island, I have to spend 3 hours on the 3rd Mainland Bridge. You want me to give my 100% in the law firm, and you are paying me 70,000 naira. It can't work.
Okay.
So I think law firms should also look at paying lawyers properly.
Thank you very much, sir. We can take a few more. Do you have any more? Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris Alagua, and I'm a new wig. I was called to bar last year. I have a question. I have more of an observation on 2 things. First of all, what she said earlier. I earn 30,000 naira as a lawyer. And obviously, I have bills to pay. You understand? So I will obviously want to quickly leave and form my own firm and hopefully, try to find money to strengthen myself. Because maybe I didn't graduate with the double first class for the big firms to take me and all of that. So these are the issues that young lawyers face. Financial issues, living in Lagos, earning peanuts. That is one.
Sorry, can you go to something else because she's covered that?
Yes. Then secondly, the issue of the Nigerian law school, I agree with the first speaker, sir, on not totally scrapping it, but there should be an overhaul on how on the syllabus and the structure of the Nigerian law school. You are teaching future lawyers, and what we are doing there is garbage in, garbage out. That is not how to teach people. If in the university we are learning to write the exact same things again in exam, fine. But bar final shouldn't be write the exact same thing you've been taught in class. No, it should be on a practical basis. Drafting, research, and then appearing in court. These 3 areas are what lawyers do. So I have been practicing for about 6 months now, and I have never ever drafted anything from my head. There's always been the precedence. So there's no reason why students should not be forced to sit down in the class and then cram, and then go and write bar finals.
Okay.
So that is what I feel should be changed. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, the gentleman behind you, and I think that's, yes, and the lady, and I think that will be it, so that we do. Yes, sir. Please don't repeat what has been said.
No, not really. Good evening, Leonard Seok and distinguished guests. The angle I have to bring to the conversation is that I think that the law school curriculum is not outdated as much as it's not in touch with the realities on ground. If there's anything that has come to the fore, is that the practice of law is a business as much as it's a calling. A lot of lawyers in the law school system do not understand the business of legal practice. They do not understand the business of networking, the business of branding, packaging, the business of running a legal practice. And what we have is an academic exercise. You understand, you pass exam, and then you come out to meet an entirely different ball game. That is the predominant challenge. So you have lawyers, you finish with a first class. If you don't get into the A-lists or get a good job, you're compelled to run your practice. You know nothing about running a legal practice. And if we're talking about upskilling, if we're talking about raising a new generation of lawyers, then it is important that we dedicate credible time to teaching lawyers, not just in the law school, but also in the university, about the business of legal practice. Understand it. So I went to law school with people who were talking in their suits, their jackets, because they didn't know any better. So it's a major focus, because even the issues that the other lawyers have raised regarding salaries and payment all boil down to the fact, for God's sake, you can't run a practice and make good money and pay pittance. So even the principals who are engaging them probably do not even understand the business of law. That's an integral part that our curriculum is not looking at. Lastly, technology is still something that is far from our legal curriculum. This is an era of tech, innovation. And they say, you either innovate or you die. Our legal system, our legal education system is not innovating. We are not teaching lawyers how to utilize 21st or even 22nd century tools. And so you're breeding people who understand civil litigation, corporate practice, they can cram, they can regurgitate, but who cannot compete. And a lot of principal partners, many of you sitting at the top, end up babysitting lawyers, training them again on how to run your practice. So you have intelligent people come in and all they know is bookwork. They do not understand how to be 21st century lawyer.
Brilliant. Thank you. Yes, sir. Madam, the last. Yes, madam.
Thank you very much, sir. Prof talked about our students having in mind the type of law firm they want to work with, even before leaving the university. But we can see that there are not many law firms compared to the number of young lawyers coming out. And the young lawyers are talking about remuneration. Where will the money come from? When you expect a law firm to engage you, how will they pay your salary? And we have had issues of this law firm complaining that some of these lawyers are not employable. They're not just, they want to earn money for what they are not working for. So let's move forward. What is the way forward? I align with what Mr. Sylvester Elema suggested, that we have group legal practices. And that has always been in my mind, because some of these young lawyers, they are very, very brilliant. I had that experience when we are in the Human Rights Committee, and they are eager to practice. So when we have this group legal practice, where some young lawyers can come together, even the old law firm can employ some of them on contract basis instead of having them as permanent staff. So I don't know if MBA can look into that and then set the ball rolling
madam.
on that.
Thank you very much. So I think probably the most important thing that has come out from the floor is what has been triggered by learned senior advocate Mr. Elema on the young. I thought I kind of spoke a bit about that when I spoke about being entrepreneurial. But maybe to round up, I'll ask the panel to spend a minute each on what they think the young can do, how they can be better remunerated, and how they can feel that they're in the right profession. So, ladies first.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so...
just a minute. 1 minute.
I just started to think. There's a lesson I learned recently. I would get to class and I would meet 90 students. Let's imagine it's a class of 100 and 20 have skived classes. And I will go on and on lecturing the 90 who didn't skive classes and telling them off and lumping everybody together. Sometimes I wonder whether we're not too hard on these young lawyers. Maybe we are the ones who are too impatient. How did we learn law? We learned it this way. It's not the best way it should be, but people were patient enough to teach us, and help us get through. Maybe we're just as impatient as the younger generation, and we don't have the skills to teach them, or we're not willing to do. I'm not sure, because we talk about the ones that are not good enough, but there are the excellent ones that come to our law offices, and we snap them up. And I just want to leave us with that maybe sometimes we discourage also when we go on and lump the good and the bad together. We must watch out we're doing that.
Thank you, ma'am. Prof?
Yes, maybe, I don't know whether I should answer the question from her about subjects. No, I don't agree that we should teach more subjects, no matter how sexy it sounds. The less you teach, the more you learn. What you'll be dealing with, that's where the problem of legal education is in the country, is that we're not teaching people how to learn. It's not, you can't teach all those subjects. That's why we have master's program and courses and all that. With 5 courses, you can make a lawyer. It's how you teach it that is the issue. And so, sports law, blah, 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 of course. If the faculty has the capacity to mount as many, because they will need teachers and classrooms and so on, of course, they should go ahead and do that. But not everybody will have to learn those things at LLB. LLB is the hopping, how a child crawls, stands, and walks. That's what you do at LLB. And make sure the person doesn't fall into a gutter when the person starts walking. As soon as the person starts walking, starts finding a way. Teach people how to learn. That's the best way. I can just answer the question about law school standard. It's not the law school that is, we always focus on law school. There's 5 years, they say 5 years that we waste for training lawyers. Law school is just a place to pop champagne. That's how it should be. When you get to law school, you should be down, relax, and just get a qualification and go. It is 5 years that makes a lawyer, and that's where the focus should be. Let me tell you, when we all discuss upscaling of law students, we get it wrong. There could be 1 or 2 law faculties where the majority of teachers are doing well. I can tell you that 75% of law teachers across the nation, including the law school, cannot use Microsoft Word effectively. Microsoft Word. Yeah, people are all in the sky, thinking about the sky. We're not yet on the ground. 75% of law teachers are hopelessly illiterate. I can give you numbers from faculty to faculty. So we have not focused on the right people. How many law teachers are here?
Not
any
faculty.
Chairman, how many law teachers did you invite for this session? How many deans did you invite for this session? We are talking to the wrong audience. Now, when we fix legal education in our conference, we put it last, just as you put it last now. That's how we deal with it. That's how we put it. Now, when we finish this, the problem, if I had law students who would prefer to be focusing on going to law firms, that is my greatest strength. I will let them go. That's where I will make them learn. That's why I drafted the attachment program and made it an extension program and drafted rules for it, which we have not implemented up to 25%. Because I know that we will have more achievement sending law students in law school to spend 6 months in law firms than doing what we are doing in the university. Teaching them Order 1, Rule 2, Order 3, Rule 4, extension of time. How do you teach somebody? I've kept shouting about it. How do you teach somebody Order 1, Rule 2? In my own teaching skill, I don't do examination. I don't do assessment. I do all my assessment open book. the only thing I won't allow you to do is to talk with somebody else. Because I know that's what I want to deal with. I want you to learn it. So the conversation has not started. The majority of law faculties, 95%, majority of law teachers have no goal for legal education. They don't know why we are preparing people for law. The Bar Association has no policy for legal education. Let me just say this 1 minute.
And you say we shouldn't have launched the law
Yes,
school.
just 1 minute. You know, sometimes this gets me angry, really. You know, they have no goal. There's no way we're going to. Law teachers believe that they are teaching law as a liberal art. They have refused to teach law, both as a liberal art and as a vocation. So why would we talk about business when there's no vocation in our eyes, in our ears, and our mind, in the 5-year program? We'll just waste it. Okay, after we do this talking, Chairman, what do you go do with this talk? What would you do?
All right, Prof. So Professor Juku has just said we should abolish the law school and that my sister here should be sacked. But
you know, I asked for abolition of law school in 1997 when I was dean of law in Abia. When I went to be employed in the law school, they say, you say make you abolish. Why are you coming here? Why are you coming here?
That makes you develop reasoning capacity. You cannot teach Order 101. I had the same problem in law school. I couldn't understand why I was cramming how to draft a memo. But what the law faculties do is expose you to reasoning and give you capacity. That I don't believe in the bifurcation. I don't think we should continue. I think everything should be taught together. But I believe that we also must keep that sharp distinction. We need people who can think and create and recreate law so that we will not get stuck.
I agree.
Thank you, Prof.
I agree.
Thank you. I think this is very interesting. Great thing you have two academicians that are very deep, and I'm sure this conversation will continue. Sir, what would you started this controversy. You would end it.
Yes, my learned colleague, please do not get me wrong. I know that we're in Lagos, and Lagos is really, really tough. Indeed, when I finished my law school, I deliberately did not start practice in Lagos because I knew it was going to be tougher for me to start from Lagos. So I had to start from somewhere and then come to Lagos later. But I am not giving any excuses to the law firms that pay peanuts. There is no excuse for it, really. But what I can assure you is that if you are good as a young lawyer, if you are good, the markets will notice you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Profound. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Prof, you said, what can the young lawyer do? And I think for me, it is more really what can the MBA do to help the young lawyer get to where he needs to get to. I mean, on remuneration, simply to say that the conversation around remuneration is going on, I hope the MBA has the willpower to do what is right and to actually guide that conversation. But beyond that, I think that there are certain initiatives that we are trying to take forward through the Institute of Continuing Legal Education, and I think people need to key into them. I just talked about the law office development and management training, because if you're talking about law as a business, that's it. We have an initiative that we call the Law Office Mentorship Initiative. And this is really what we as a profession and the leading lights of the profession can do to help those who are coming behind us. Because the reality is the reality. We're talking about the future, but the future is now. You have 5,000 people who graduated this year, another 5,000 who graduated the year before. So even as we're looking back at those coming up, we have people here who have it's an existential issue, I think. So people really need to key in to all the training initiatives on diverse areas of law. We're talking to a lot of foreign law firms about secondment opportunities for Nigerian lawyers. We're having getting a lot of help from the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas Project. And we're also talking to government bodies to say to them, these guys come here, they take our money, they walk away. What value add are they bringing? The MBA must think creatively about the existential problem that it has today with many young lawyers, either unemployed or underemployed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, Ladies and gentlemen, I think here ends this session. And I think we've ended on a very interesting note with some conclusions and open questions. I'll just like to say one thing, especially to the young people, that as much as I agree with everything that has been said, I would say as young people, you should be entrepreneurial and don't even rely on the MBA. There's no reason why you cannot strike out on your own. Sir Lema said, the market finds people, right? The market finds people. Some of the problems we have is that with economics, when there are too many goods, prices fall. So another question we need to ask ourselves is, are we overproducing lawyers such that as an employer, I know that if I pay her, if she doesn't agree, I have 10 people that I'm going to employ, right? But beyond that is, what do you do as a young person, as an individual? There's nothing wrong with being in a hurry. The economy is in a hurry. Time is in a hurry. So, and there's no reason why you cannot start in Lagos. I mentioned Flutterwave deliberately, and Paystack. They're 6, 7 years old, and they're billionaires today. There's no reason why lawyers cannot do the same. The truth of the matter is that the drivers of the economy are young people like you. Paystack is bigger, and so is Flutterwave, than any bank. Bigger than First Bank that is over 100 years old. And the people that are running it are young people like you, not old people like Professor here. So you should make sure that you are competent, right? Your competence is such that they would use you and they will grow with you, and not with my brother here who's been chopping the money alone, or Chief Gadzama who continues to chop all the money. So what you should do is what those young people have done to banking. You can do it in law. Do not wait for the MBA. Do not wait with the lawyer that is paying you 20,000 naira. If you are worth your salt, go out there. If you're good, you'll find someone that will employ you. And if you don't want to branch out, or you don't want to
Be employed.
set up on your own, you find someone that will employ you if you're good. And there's no reason why you cannot set up on your own and grow your business. Thank you.
Wow. 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 I don't know what to say again, but to say, wow, what a day. Please, let's have a group photograph with the panelists. Panelists, you can drop the mic on your side table. And thank you very much for a wonderful, educating discussion. Members of the executive, you can file out. Members of the Law Week Planning Committee, to take a photograph with the panelists. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you very much, members of the Executive and Law Week Planning Committee, for your indulgence. Hello, thank you for the unique smile. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. With the end of this panel, we have come to the end of today's section. But just a bit of what is going to be happening tomorrow. And the time again is 9 a.m. We actually came a bit late today, but thanks to the management of this mic, you can see that we kept to time. Yes, so a round of applause for management of this podium, because we kept to time. It's not easy. It's not easy for us to handle a conference as this, and we kept to the time. Okay, yeah, thank you, thank you. I feel on top of the world now. Okay, now for the young lawyers, let me particularly remind you that on Thursday, we have young lawyers induction. And all your yearnings, all your questions will be addressed that day. So don't forget that particular day. Then tomorrow, we have the first plenary, which is the 5th plenary, Arise Sleeping Giants, Unlocking Nigerian Potential as an Investment Destination. We also have Giving Life to the Business Rescue Intent of KAMA 2020 under the President Legal Order, Implementation Challenges. We also have Technology and Justice Delivery, the Bar and Bench of the Future. We also have the role of the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive in the forthcoming elections, a critical appraisal. Please don't miss tomorrow's event. Time again is 9 a.m. Okay, please. How many of us here want to win $1,000? $1,000. I can decide to give someone $1,000 now. Should I give someone $1,000 now? Who wants to get $1,000? You want to win $1,000. You want to win smart TV. You want to win a trip, a shopping, and all that. Please, we have a raffle draw. We have a raffle draw, which is part of the event lined up for this MBA Law Week. You have $1,000 cash to win, laptop, smartwatch, smart TV, all expense, paid weekend, shopping voucher, and lots more. So please, meet. What are those selling now? Please, those selling the raffle draw, can you wave the raffle draw?
Your pain when the dark is closing in. See, they want to lock me down. When they try to take me down, we be flying off the ground. When the world is going out, when the earth is falling in. This is the mind, this is the light. This is the dawn, this is the way. I see the dream coming before me. I've been the one, no have to say. This is the vibe, don't need to fade.
Please, members of the planning committee should wait behind for an all-important briefing. Very, very important. Please don't leave. Just come around. Members of the planning committee, can you come to the podium, please? All members of the Law Week committee, can you come to the podium? Please, can you make way to the podium? Can you make your way to the podium, please?